advocacy, training, financial and insurance services, and by standing up for the rights of governments closest to the people. You hear that a lot. We fight a lot in Tallahassee for our cities, and we all live to do that. So we're here tonight to recognize the city for a very special Centennial celebration. As it happens, the League's also celebrating 100 years of service for this year as well. And so it's my honor to present this proclamation from the Executive Director of the Florida League of Cities, who is Jeannie Garner. She wished she could be here. She wished she could do all these, but there's a bunch of them going around the state here. So in recognition of Pahokee's 100-year anniversary at this time, I'll read the proclamation as it says. This is a proclamation of the Executive Director of the Florida League of Cities Incorporated in honor of the 100th anniversary of the city of Pahokee. Whereas Florida's cities, towns, and villages is home to millions of Floridians, and Florida's municipal government share this high-honored role as the level of government closest to the people. And whereas Florida's cities, towns, and villages are the center of economic, social, and cultural energy that enhance the quality of life enjoyed, and Floridians and municipalities are responsible for, among other things, maintaining public safety, emergency management, parks and recreation, wastewater, and water in our local communities. And whereas municipal officials and staff strive to strengthen their communities through a myriad of services and programs to improve the quality of life for the Florida's residents. Whereas the city of Pahokee was founded in 1922 and was first known as East Beach, then Ridgeway Beach, and then Pahokee took the Seminole name for the Everglades, meaning grassy waters. And whereas the city of Pahokee has a rich history of resiliency and vitality and continues to grow its tourism and services to residents and visitors. Whereas 100-year anniversary is a tremendous milestone achievement worthy of commendation and celebration, and the city of Pahokee is a dedicated and longtime member of the Florida League of Cities, and the League values and appreciates the city's membership. Now, therefore, I, Jeannie Garner, Executive Director and CEO of the Florida League of Cities, do extend congratulations on this momentous anniversary celebration on behalf of the Board of Directors. So, on behalf of Jeannie Garner and the Florida League of Cities, I'd like to say congratulations to your 100 years, and I've got this proclamation to present to the city and their staff here for you to have this and put up in your city hall.
If you would just join me down and you accept it.
You did great.
Of the city, Commissioner of the city of Pahokee, Vice Mayor Claire Durbin, Commissioner Sarah Perez, Commissioner Derek Bolden, Commissioner Warren Gonzalez, along with our city manager, Rodney Hood, and our entire city staff. We thank the Florida League of Cities so much for this proclamation. We also want to congratulate Florida League of Cities on its 100-year celebration. So we will put this in a permanent place at City Hall, and we certainly appreciate this from the bottom of our heart.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Now at this time, we're gonna have the Palm Beach County Ethics Committee come up to give us a presentation. Just for your information, the audience, this presentation is gonna take approximately an hour. It's a great presentation, it's needed, especially with the things that have been going on in the past 12 months. We need a refresher of things that's ethically acceptable and what's not. So bear with us, and hopefully as a resident, you will learn something also. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Gina Levesque. I'm the Intake and Compliance Manager for the Commission on Ethics. And I've been out here once a year for the last 5 or 6 years as your liaison.
It's kind of rocky.
Ooh, don't touch that. I'm the liaison with our office, and I've left my card in front of each of your locations along with our training guide. So if anyone has any questions or need any information throughout the year, feel free to call our office at any time. And Christy Kelly is our new executive director. She has taken office as of January 1st, and she will be doing the training for you guys today. So without further ado, here's Christy.
Thank you.
Thank you for inviting us out here today. Like you said, it's probably going to be about a 50-minute training, and it does fulfill the required code of ethics training that you all have to take according to your policy with this city. So I'll just get right into it. Before we get into the code of ethics itself, we like to tell you a little bit about who is on the Palm Beach County Commission on Ethics. The Palm Beach County Commission on Ethics has 5 volunteer commissioners who serve 4-year terms, and they're appointed by various stakeholders in the community. We have the Palm Beach County Associations of Chiefs of Police. They appoint a candidate who has a background as a police chief or in law enforcement. The Palm Beach County League of Cities appoints someone who is a former elected official onto our board. The president of FAU appoints a professor who has a background in ethics. And then the Palm Beach County Bar Association, the Hispanic Bar Association, and the F. Malcolm Cunningham Bar Association, they get together and they select an attorney that they would like to be on our board as well. And then as you can see, there's only 4 on there. I said that there's 5 stakeholders. Currently, we are selecting a new stakeholder to be an appointing entity because the current one is no longer a active organization. So we are working with the Board of County Commissioners to get a 5th appointing entity. The Commission on Ethics staff, we have 5 full-time staff members. We have the executive director, the intake and compliance manager, the general counsel, and 2 investigators. And what we do is we investigate complaints. We can get complaints anonymously, or we can get complaints that are sworn. And as long as it's under our jurisdiction, we will investigate those. We answer questions about the code of ethics. We provide advisory opinions. Our motto is to ask first, act later. So with advisory opinions, that's where you can ask us if what you are about to do would violate the Palm Beach County Code of Ethics, and we can let you know whether or not it will. And it's just something nice to have because if somebody complains later, it can show that you asked us first before you acted. We also do training and community outreach, and we help you understand your responsibilities under the code. So some frequently asked questions. What is the purpose of the Code of Ethics? The purpose of the Code of Ethics is to promote honest and ethical conduct in all that we do as public employees and officials. It's to protect confidential information that we learn through our jobs or through our elected positions, and it's to increase the public's trust in local government. As public officials and employees, we must be transparent in all of our actions, and that's one thing to always remember. Who does the Code of Ethics apply to? So it applies to all municipal and county elected officials, appointed officials, and employees. It does not apply to the state officers or employees, or to constitutional officers or their employees. So the supervisor of elections, the sheriff, they are all under the state Code of Ethics, not the Palm Beach County Code of Ethics. All right, so here's a brief overview of what we're going to go over today. We're quickly going to go over an ethics decision tree, which will help give you steps to avoid violations and problems, as well as the Code of Ethics itself. So the ethics decision tree, this is not actually a part of the Code of Ethics, but it is a tool that you can use that will help you identify things to consider before taking some action. So before you act, you always want to ask yourself, is it legal? Is what I'm about to do legal? If it's not legal, you obviously shouldn't do it. If it is legal, you want to ask yourself, does it comply with the Code of Ethics? Again, if it doesn't comply, you don't want to do it. And if you're not sure if it would comply, that's where, again, you would ask us for an advisory opinion and we can get that answer to you. So if it's legal and it complies with the Code of Ethics, you're then going to ask yourself, does it comply with the municipal policy? So does the city of Pahokee have some policy that says, even though it's legal and even though the code says you can do it, the city of Pahokee has a policy that says you cannot do it. So that's something you need to check out before you take any action. And then finally, you have to ask yourself, could your actions create problems for your public employer or the people you serve. So just because it's legal, just because the code says you can do it, and just because the city of Pahokee says you can do it, you have to ask yourself, how does it look? Does it have an appearance of impropriety? And this is where people call it the Palm Beach Post test or the News Channel 5 test. How would it look as a headline? So those are things that you want to consider before you take some action. All right, so we're going to get into the Code of Ethics. The first section we're going to go over is the Prohibited Conduct section, and as you can see, that has multiple sections. The first section is the Misuse of Office section, and that is section 2-443, subsection A. And that says that we are prohibited from using our official positions in any way that results in a special financial benefit being given to certain persons or entities. So we cannot use our official positions in any way to give a special financial benefit to 7 persons or entities. You cannot give a special financial benefit to yourself, to a household member, spouse, or domestic partner, to an outside business or employer of yours or your spouse or domestic partner. You cannot give a special financial benefit to a close family relative or a business or employer of theirs, to a customer or client of your outside business or employer, to a debtor or creditor of yours, if you owe or owed more than $10,000 from that debtor or creditor. And you also cannot give a special financial benefit to any organization of which you or your spouse or domestic partner are an officer or a director. So these are the 7 persons or entities that you cannot give a special financial benefit to. So what is a special financial benefit? Well, under the code, a financial benefit is defined as anything of value that is obtained through your official position. So it's anything of value that's obtained through your government employment, your elected position here, or your advisory board appointment. And what makes a financial benefit special is it's not shared with all similarly situated members of the general public. So it's special if it's not special if everyone is affected by the decision in the same way, and the group of people that are impacted is large enough to make it not special. And that's where we usually follow what is called the 1% rule. So that means if 100 or more persons would receive that benefit, it is no longer considered special. So if you or any of those 7 persons or entities are one out of at least 100 people, then it is not considered special.
Could I ask a question at this time? I don't want to delay the presentation, but it may be end up an advisory opinion at some point. We have had a former city manager and a former city attorney who decided to bid out 2 3-wheelers that the city owned, and that bid was for the employees only, not the general public wasn't included, wasn't able to bid on these 2 items. These are the 2 highest paid employees that the city has in its employment. Both of them ended up with the ATVs, the 3-wheelers. One said that he was going to wrap it off for our Centennial, but that didn't happen because a complaint was filed, and I think the IG is still investigating it. So I'm asking you, did that come under an ethical issue with those 2 employees?
That could, depending on the process and what actually happened and how, if it really was a special financial benefit to them. So that would be something where we could look into it as a complaint. It wouldn't be an advisory opinion because it's already happened. So that would be something that could be looked into. So if you would like to send more information to our office, we could look into that. All right, so we have the code enforcement officer. A code enforcement officer is assigned to inspect property that is owned by his son. May he inspect his son's property without violating the misuse of office section of the code. So what do we say? We said for him to not violate, he cannot use his official position as the code enforcement officer to give his son a special financial benefit. So could he go out there and inspect his son's property without violating the code? I see some yeses. So yes, he could, because as long as he treated his son the same as everybody else and marked out any violation or things like that, it would not violate the code. I think the reason I saw some no's is,
Those are
should
good.
he? Exactly, should he? And he probably shouldn't. And that's where we talk about the appearance of impropriety. So just because the code says he could, because there's no automatic prohibited conduct just because it's a father-son relationship, as long as he treats him the same as everyone else. But it just looks wrong to go out there. So that is something, if somebody asked us if they could do it, we would tell them the code doesn't violate, it doesn't say it would be a violation, but you probably should get another code enforcement officer out there to look at it. Very good. The code enforcement officer noticed that his son's sidewalk, as well as the two houses on either side of his son's house, need to have their sidewalks pressure washed. The code enforcement officer cites the two other houses, but not his son. Has he violated the misuse of office section of the code?
Yes.
I hope that's very obvious, that he gave his son a special financial benefit by not citing him. Very good. All right, moving on to the disclosure of conflicts section. So this is section 2-443C. This says that an official cannot vote on or participate in anything that would provide a special financial benefit to those 7 persons or entities. So officials cannot vote on or participate in discussions on any matter that will give a special financial benefit to those same 7 persons or entities. So they cannot vote on or participate in anything that's going to give a special financial benefit, again, to themselves, their spouse, domestic partner, or household member, to an outside employer or business of theirs, or their spouse or domestic partner, to a close family relative, or their business or outside employer, to a customer or client of the official's outside employer or business. They also cannot vote on or participate in anything that would give a special financial benefit to a substantial debtor or creditor of theirs, or to any organization where they or their spouse or domestic partner serve as an officer or director. All right, so we have a vote on water lines. A proposal comes before the town council on a vote on whether to install new water lines in a neighborhood. A council member lives in a home in this neighborhood, and there are 150 homes that will be affected in that neighborhood. So he lives there, and there's 150 homes that are going to be affected by this vote on the water lines. May he vote on this project without violating the disclosure of voting conflicts? Yes. Why?
Because it's more than,
More than 100, exactly. So the size of the class effective is sufficiently large that it would not make this a special financial benefit. Enough people are going to be impacted by this decision. Exactly, very good. A city councilman is on the board of directors of a local church, which is a non-for-profit organization. The city council will be voting on whether to pave the road that the church sits on. There are 25 properties on the road that may be paved. May the city councilman, who is a member of the church's board of directors, discuss or vote the road project taking place in front of the church?
No,
No. Again, why?
they'll meet the minimum requirement of people being affected.
Exactly, only 25 properties will be affected, so the size of the class affected is too
Yes.
small. Exactly, very good. All right, the next section we're gonna go over is the corrupt misuse of official position. And this section says that we cannot use our official positions to corruptly secure a special benefit of any kind for any person. So this is slightly different than the first two because that dealt with a special financial benefit. Here, this says that we cannot use our official positions to corruptly secure a special benefit of any kind. So it doesn't have to be financial for any person. So it doesn't involve those same 7 persons or entities. It could be any person and any kind of special benefit. So what is a special benefit? The code says that a benefit is any benefit that you or another person are not entitled to have or to give, and it does not necessarily, like I said, have to be financial, but it could be. And corruptly means that it's done with a wrongful intent and it's inconsistent with the proper performance of your public duties. So it's done with the wrongful intent and it's inconsistent with how you're supposed to do your job. All right, we have the parking ticket. The city manager received a parking citation after parking in a restricted city parking lot. The city manager approached the parking officer and told her that he was the city manager and he has a special city placard that allows him to park in any city parking lot. The parking officer then voided the ticket. The city manager does not have a special placard that allows him to park in any city lot. Has he violated the code?
Sure.
Yes, I'm glad it's very obvious, but sadly, this is actually something that happened in real life. So yes, he had a wrongful intent, and he was inconsistent with how he was doing his job by using his authority that way. Exactly. All right, the tricky test taker. Every employee in a city department is required to sit for an annual certification exam. It is paid for by the city, and half of the employees take the exam on Monday, and the other half take the exam on Friday. A test taker from Monday's sitting made copies of the exam and his answers and distributed it to his fellow coworkers. Is the employee in violation of the corrupt misuse of official position section? Yes. Yes. He's an awesome coworker, right? And he violated the code by doing that. So yes. All right, the next section we're going to go over is the contractual relationships. And this is section 2-443 subsection D. And what this says is that in general, you, your outside employer, or your outside business cannot enter into any contracts or transactions for goods or services with your public employer or the public entity that you serve. So you, your outside business, and your outside employer cannot have any contracts or any transactions for goods or services with the city of Pahokee. But like most things, there are exceptions to that rule. If your outside employer is another governmental entity, so if you have a part-time job or an outside job somewhere, and it is another governmental entity, and they have contracts with the city of Pahokee, that is an exception and it is allowed. If it's a sealed bid, low bid contract, so if the city of Pahokee puts out a bid, a sealed bid, low bid, and you bid on it, your outside employer or your outside business bids on it, that is an exception as long as you meet all the requirements of the sealed bid, low bid. So it has to be a true sealed bid, low bid contract. If it's an emergency purchase, so if it's something that the city needs to purchase for the health, safety, and welfare of the general public, that is an exception. If you're the sole source of the supply, so if you're the only source of whatever supply or good that the city of Pahokee needs, and they can't get it from anywhere else in the city of Pahokee, that is an exception. If it's a contract or transaction for goods and the value is under $500 per year, that is considered a low value contract. So if it's for $500 or less per year, you could enter into a contract with the city of Pahokee that way. In addition, if you have part-time outside employment somewhere and they have a contract with the city of Pahokee, there is a waiver that we'll go over in a second, and that only applies to employees. It does not apply to elected or appointed officials. And then there's the extra duty detail for police or fire. All right, so the part-time outside employment waiver. Who needs one? Again, this only applies to employees. It does not apply to officials, elected officials, or appointed officials. But what employees have to ask themselves, is your potential part-time employer a vendor of your government employer? So is your potential part-time employer a vendor of the city of Pahokee? And if they are, you have to apply for this waiver so you can basically waive that conflict of interest away. So what are the requirements? First, the employee's potential outside employer cannot have any contracts that they or their department or section will oversee, administer, or enforce. They could not have participated in awarding the contract between their potential outside employer and their public employer in any way. In addition, the part-time employment cannot impair or interfere with how they do their job. and they have to comply with any internal policies that the city of Pahokee may have concerning outside employment. So if they do all these things, then they just have to have it signed and completed, and they have to also have it signed by their supervisor as well as the chief administrative officer. And then send a copy to HR, and then send a copy to us as well. So that's the outside employment waiver for part-time employment for employees. All right, a city employee would like to start a part-time business where she performs IT consulting work outside work hours. She is employed full-time by the city in the IT department. So she wants to start a IT consulting business outside of work hours. Can she do that? Yes. But what does she have to make sure she does? Who can she not contract with?
The city.
She can't contract with the city of Pahokee, exactly. So as long as she doesn't contract with the city, and this is directly or indirectly, so she can't go work for someone else who then gets paid by the city for her to perform those services. So it can't be indirect either. And then as long as she follows her public employer's rules for outside employment, and then in addition, she cannot use city resources to complete her work. So if she has some special computer that you need for the IT department or certain software, she would have to go and get it herself. She couldn't use the city resources to do her outside job. The employee thinks that she should also refrain from identifying or alluding to her position with the city. She should refrain from wearing her work shirt with the city logo on it, and she should also refrain from driving a city vehicle while soliciting potential clients to her private IT consulting business. Is she correct? Yes, you want to refrain from using your position in any way to give yourself or your outside business a special financial benefit. Very good. All right, so the child of a city employee solely owns a pressure cleaning business. The employee does no work for the business and is not involved with the business in any way. May the child of the city employee enter into a contract with the city to provide pressure cleaning services without violating the code? I see a lot of silence because this is a tricky one. So this is where the code is tricky. So in general, your outside employer or your outside business cannot enter into any contracts with the city of Pahokee. Under the code, your outside business is any business in which you or certain household members own at least 5% or household members or relatives own at least 5% or more of that business. So it's anything that your household member, spouse, child, stepchild, brother, sister, parent, or step-parent, or any person claimed as a dependent on your federal tax return. If they own 5% or more under the code, that is also considered your outside business. So that's where some people can get tripped up, because usually you're just thinking, well, I don't have anything to do with my brother's business. But under this, if they own 5% or more, it would be considered your outside business. So, can the child of the city employee enter into a contract with the city to provide those services? She solely owns it. But, right? I see it now. I see that you right? You get it? That they could not enter into this contract because it is considered the employee's contract or outside business as well under the code. Does that make sense, everybody?
Yeah, you can't do it.
Exactly. So unless they meet one of these exceptions. So if it was such a big pressure cleaning bid that they've met the sealed bid, low bid contract, or if it was just for like a tiny spot on a sidewalk and it was for under $500, or if they were the only local pressure cleaning company in the city of Pahokee, then they could enter into it that way. But otherwise, because the child owns at least 5%, but this says she owns it solely, so she owns 100%, then that makes it the outside business of the employee as well. All right, does anybody have any questions on that? All right, moving on to the gift loss section. This is section 2-444, and under this section, what is a gift? A gift is the transfer of anything of economic value without adequate and lawful consideration. So it is the transfer of anything of economic value with getting adequate and lawful consideration in return. And the code has a few absolute prohibitions. You cannot accept any kickbacks, bribes, or tips for doing your job. Hopefully everybody knows that kickbacks and bribes are illegal in federal law and state law, but it's also against the code of ethics as well. And you can also not accept tips for doing your job. There is one exception for accepting tips, and that came from one of our advisory opinions, and it was asked if employees working as employees working as town employees in service-related fields, such as bartenders and servers at the town's country club restaurant, continue to receive tips. And the commission said yes, this was a limited exception to being able to accept tips. And it's where, if it's a standard compensation within the industry, so this is the standard way that somebody makes their compensation, is through tips, they could continue to accept tips, but the rest of us cannot. But bartenders and waiters, that's how they usually make their money, and that's standard in that industry. So they would be the only ones that can take tips for doing their job. In addition, there is a $100 gift limit in the Code of Ethics. So we may accept up to $100 in the aggregate annually from any gifts from any city vendors, bidders or proposers of the city lobbyists, or principals or employers of lobbyists who lobby the city. So you can only accept up to $100 from any vendor, bidder, proposer, lobbyist, or principal or employer of a lobbyist. Anything over $100, once you've met that $100 threshold, that is prohibited. There's also a prohibition on soliciting any gift from a vendor, bidder, or proposer, lobbyist, or principal or employer of a lobbyist, where that gift is for your personal benefit or the personal benefit of another official or employee or any relative or household member of yours. So you can accept up to $100 from these vendors and lobbyists, but you cannot solicit anything from them if it's going to be for your personal benefit, the benefit of another official or employee or any relative or household member of yours. All right, under the gift law, there are certain reporting requirements. All of you are state reporters. So while the prohibitions against accepting gifts from certain individuals or entities within the Palm Beach County Code of Ethics applies to you, so any of the prohibitions, like I said, the $100 gift limit, things like that, that all applies to you. But the reporting requirements for you are governed by state law. So that's where if state law says that you have to report something as a gift, then you send your copy to the state, but then you send one to us within 10 days of filing your gift form with the state. And as you hopefully know, there are quarterly reporting requirements for state reporters. And like I said, you file your form with the clerk and then send a copy to us, and it's your form. For everyone else who is not a state reporter, they are local reporting individuals, and they have to report any gifts that they receive that are valued at over $100 on a state or on a local gift form, so the Palm Beach County gift form. And this is a yearly gift form versus the Form 9, which is done quarterly. For non-state reporters, they do this once a year, and it's due January 31st of the next year after the gift was received. All right, and then there's also a thing called a pass-through gift. So this is something you need to be aware of, that even if you are not the final recipient of the gift that you solicited or received for the purpose of giving it to someone else is considered a pass-through gift, and you may still be responsible to report it as such. This is where we've had people having given tickets to Sunfest, but they couldn't go, so then they gave it to their aide or their assistant. Well, it's really a gift to you, so you have to put down that you received the gift, and then the person that you gave it to, also your assistant or whoever, would also have to put down that they received the gift from you then. So there would be 2 gift forms for that one gift. So that's a pass-through gift. like I said, we do get a lot of questions about whether or not something would be a pass-through gift, so if you are never sure if something would violate the code, just reach out to us. All right, these are exceptions to the definition of a gift, so they do not have to be reported because they are not considered gifts under the code. Any gifts from relatives or members of your household, those are not considered gifts under the code and you do not have to report them on your form. Personal gifts, if given by a personal friend or coworker, and the motivation is your friendship or your work relationship. Now with this, if it's a personal friend that is a lobbyist, that lobbyist title is what takes precedence. You'd still have that $100 gift limit. So even if it's somebody that you've known for 25 years, but now they're a lobbyist, you now have that $100 gift limit with that. Awards for civic or professional achievement, those are not considered gifts and they do not have to be reported. Advertising materials, gifts solicited on behalf of your public employer for a public purpose, those are not considered gifts. Any inheritance, lawful political contributions, those are not considered gifts under the code and do not have to be reported. And then any registration fees or other costs for educational conferences where attendance is for a governmental purpose and it's related to your public duties and responsibilities. So if the city of Pahokee sends you to some conference and they put you up in a hotel, you do not have to list that on a gift form because it is an exception. All right, a thank you gift. A city library employee received a $25 gift card from a member of the public after helping that person locate certain books in the library for research. Can the employee accept that gift? No. Why?
It says this is a tip.
Exactly. It's a tip for doing your job. You're paid by the city to help people find books and things like that. So you cannot accept a tip for doing your job. Exactly. All right, the hotel stay at a conference. A city employee is attending a conference on behalf of the city. The attendance at the conference and the hotel stay was approved by the city and paid for by the city. Does the employee have to report that attendance in hotel room as a gift? No. Why? Exactly, it's one of those exceptions. Very good. Very good. All right, so what happens if you inadvertently accepted a gift that's valued at over $100 from a vendor or a lobbyist or a principal or employer of a lobbyist? So you realized, oh no, I inadvertently accepted a gift from a prohibited source. What can I do? Well, there's two things you can do. So you can fix the problem by reimbursing the gift giver the amount in excess of $100. So like I said, remember, any gifts from a vendor, lobbyist, or principal employer of a lobbyist, in the aggregate, you can only accept up to $100. So if you realized you accepted something and it cost $150, then what you're gonna have to do is either return the whole entire gift
I'm giving the
or
$50.
reimburse them the $50. Exactly. And you have to do this within 90 days of accepting the gift. So that's something that if you happen to receive a lot of gifts, what we suggest is filling out your gift form in advance and sending it to us well before the 90 days are going to pass, because we'll review it and figure out whether or not the gift would violate the code, and then that gives you time to rectify it and reimburse the person. All right, charitable solicitations. This is section 2-444 subsection H. There is an exception in the code for soliciting vendors or lobbyists over $100 if there is a charitable purpose. So, like I said, in general, you cannot, well, the rule is you cannot accept over $100 from a vendor or a lobbyist. But if it is on behalf of a nonprofit organization and you are soliciting donations for that nonprofit organization, there is an exception, but what you have to do is you have to file a charitable solicitation log, because like I said at the beginning, this is all about transparency in all that we do. So you have to file the charitable solicitation log with the Commission on Ethics, And you cannot solicit any person or entity with a current bid or proposal still outstanding. So that way it doesn't look like they're trying to, pay for you to accept their bid or proposal. So if that's something that you do a lot, and you do charitable solicitations, you can solicit donations from vendors or lobbyists in excess of $100 as long as you file a charitable solicitation log, and you cannot solicit any person or entity with a current bid or proposal still outstanding. All right, the last few sections of the code. We have travel expenses. Officials and employees are prohibited from accepting travel expenses directly or indirectly from any contractor, vendor, service provider, bidder, or proposer of their public employer or the public entity they serve. So you are prohibited from accepting any travel expenses from any City of Pahokee vendor, contractor, service provider, bidder, or proposer. But there is an exception. That is if it's waived by the municipal governing body. So if the City of Pahokee, if you guys decide this is a great event, so we really should send an employee to this event, and the vendor is paying for it, and it'll be very interesting, we'll learn a lot, things like that, then you can waive the vendor paying for those travel expenses. Otherwise, it would be prohibited. And then there's also an exception if the expenses are reimbursed or paid for by another governmental entity or an organization that your employer is a member of, and the travel is related to your position or your job. All right, then we have the disclosure of inside information. There is a prohibition against disclosing inside information. What this says is that you're prohibited from using information that is gained through your public position for your personal benefit or the personal benefit of any other person or entity when that information is not available to the general public. So you're prohibited from using any information that you gain through your position for your benefit or for anyone else. So you can't go out and do it, you can't tell someone else some inside information so they can receive a benefit. And then the code also has an anti-nepotism provision. And what this says is that officials and employees who are authorized to appoint, employ, promote, or advance anyone are prohibited from doing so. And they're also prohibited from advocating for any of those things if that person is a close family relative, spouse, or a domestic partner. So that is the anti-nepotism provision. And again, there is an exception for this. And that is for cities with a population under 35,000. They may appoint any relative or spouse or domestic partner to a board as long as it is not a land planning or zoning board. So that is an exception for cities with populations under 35,000. And then there is an honesty in applications for positions provision of the code. And what this says is that any person seeking to become an official or employee, or seeking any promotion with their public employer, or seeking a contract with a county or municipal government is prohibited from lying or making any false statement on their application, submitting any false document, and knowingly withholding information about wrongdoing in connection with their employment. If they do any of these things, that would be a violation of the honesty in applications for position section of the code. All right, so someone violates the code of ethics. What can we do? The code of ethics is a civil code enforcement board. So we cannot send anyone to ethics jail. We do not have an ethics jail. But what we can do is we can issue letters of reprimand or letters of instruction. We can fine up to $500 per violation and issue or order restitution where it is needed. So that is what the code enforcement, or the Commission on Ethics as a code enforcement board can do. Like I said, we don't have any criminal powers, but what we can do is if a violation was knowingly and willfully done, we will refer it to the state attorney's office, and they may go forward on it where it's punishable as a first-degree misdemeanor, which is punishable by up to 1 year in jail and a $1,000 fine. In addition, the government employer may also still discipline or terminate employees as as allowed under their policies or rules. All right, so you've made it through your code of ethics training for another year. Like I said, our motto is act first, ask first, act later. So if you ever have any questions, you can reach out to Gina, or you can reach out to our general email, which is ethics@tbcgov.org, or call us with any questions. So again, I thank you for letting us come out here today and do this presentation.
And again, thank you.
Here's a
Appreciate
bottle
it.
of water.
Thank you. You don't need it. Thank you.
Here's your paper.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and follow the agenda as printed. The first item on our agenda is the additions, deletions, and approval of the agenda items. City Manager, at this time, do we have any addition to the agenda?
Yes, Mayor, we received today a supplemental grant agreement from FDOT regarding Barfield. They have extended the construction schedule. So they wanted to move it from June 30th, 2022 to June 30th, 2023. And that's what Ms. Adams is passing through there. And then we can ask the city attorney if she'd be so kind to do a resolution for us after the vote.
Is this for what project?
Ma'am?
Waterfield?
Yes, ma'am.
Did they extend it because we were behind or what?
No, the construction schedule. So they have a big list, and then I guess they look at monies and things like that. So they just adjusted it for their use, because we work off of getting paid by them, so.
Okay. And we'll place that under, I guess, E, on the other agenda items. That's gonna be towards the end. And city commissioners haven't heard the addition added to the agenda, and no other items has been presented. What's your pleasure?
Point of order, Mayor, one more, not an add-on, but just asking, we have HCT here, who's the audited firm, asked to move up in the agenda since they come, they drive from a distance. If we can move them up on the agenda. If we can move them right up, probably right up under the citizen comment.
And where they're currently at?
They're,
It looks like there are two for the annual audit report for 2019,
oh, they already,
2020.
so I guess they should have came right up after the ethics then. Before the addition, they should have been up.
Okay. So they're pretty close. They're basically,
So
Yeah.
once you,
yeah, they
Approve
already
this, yeah.
basically I could
Okay.
have done them actually before I went to the additions and deletion, but we're doing immediately after this.
all right.
What's your pleasure, commissioners?
Mayor, I move that we will accept the agenda with the add-on of the state funded grant supplemental agreement under E.
Is there a second?
Second.
It has been moved by Vice Mayor Mervin and properly seconded by Commissioner Bolden that we accept our agenda with the add-on of the Barfield Highway Agreement. Call for questions. Hearing none, are you ready for a vote? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Vice Mayor Mervin,
Yes.
Commissioner Bolden,
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez,
Yes.
Commissioner Perez,
Yes.
Mayor Bab.
Yes. And I failed to mention this, but we had one other add-on. We were gonna have Jonathan Mann from JPDT provide a brief presentation on the status of the Marina Progress Restaurant. And it's just a quick,
So you want to
Status.
amend that?
yeah.
So I move that we amend that, add-on with the adding of JPDT, Mr. Mann.
Okay, and if we would allow him to be the first presenter, since this is gonna be really a short presentation, and then we'll move to the audit report.
Okay.
Okay, it's been amended, you're in agreement, you're seconded?
Yes.
Okay, all in favor? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Vice Mayor Mervin,
Yes.
Commissioner Bolden,
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez,
Yes.
Commissioner Perez,
Yes.
Mayor Bab.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Commissioners. Motion passed by unanimous vote. Now we'll move directly into our agenda. The first item on the agenda would be a presentation by Mr. Jonathan Mann from JPDT to provide an update on the restaurant agreement.
Good evening, everyone.
Evening.
Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. I want to give a quick update and status first. I want to congratulate all the support we've had to get to this point. And just at the end of last month, we went up to Tallahassee where we were approved through the state to move forward with bringing a restaurant for this community. So that's a great milestone. Status update for where we are right now is we are now in the process of hopefully bringing Mug Tavern to the city of Pahokee this summer. And so we're going to be doing everything in our power to get our vendors out here to bring the restaurant to the top level that we expect that the citizens and constituents deserve here in this community. And we just wanted to come and congratulate just the community for accepting us, and we really appreciate having the opportunity to serve you guys. We want to thank the commission for supporting us for all this time over the past 2 years or so, city manager as well, and our city attorney. So thank you. We would like to invite everyone for our grand opening, and we'll have details coming within the next month or so of when that will be. Okay? Any questions for me, commissioners?
I know you mentioned summer, but could you give a little more definitive
Our
time
goal-
frame? July 1st,
Yeah, we'll be around the
30th,
4th of July.
4th of July?
We think that that's a good staple time. It's a holiday, a festive time, and we think that we'd have a really good turnout, and we believe that that's a good target date.
Okay.
So that's our goal,
That's good.
all right? And again, thank you guys for all of your support. We know that it's gonna be a good time and a great opportunity for everyone to have somewhere to go and to be able to really enjoy the great, comfort that the city of Pahokee has for us on the Marina site. So we're happy to serve you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. And next on our agenda is citizen comments, public service announcements.
ACT.
Oh, I'm just jumping the gun. The fiscal year 2019-2020 annual audit report.
Good day, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Manager, City Attorney. My name is Roderick Harvey, partner with HCT. HCT is the audit firm of record for the city of Pahokee. I also have with me Mr. Warren Hill, CPA, our audit director, who will be closely working with the engagement going forward. One quick question for my good is, how do I get the slide moved forward? Is there a clicker that I'm missing, or do I just say next slide?
Just say next.
Excellent. Thank you for that. I certainly appreciate it. So we are presenting the City of Pahokee September 30, 2020 financial statements. So we would ask that you roll back in your mind as this audit report is from the 2020 year. Next slide, please. We are going to be presenting those results to you today. We issued our audit report. We issued our audit report on March 4th, 2022. Is it any way to enhance the fund from your side?
One moment.
Thank you so much.
No.
Okay, next slide, please. We will be discussing the audit result, going over some supplemental slides and the responsibilities. Next slide, please. The scope of our audit includes auditing the city's records in accordance with generally accepted auditing standards and based on the single or uniform guidance. We did not have any changes to our audit plan as relates to how we started the audit, our audit strategy, and completing the audit. In the audit report, which has been issued, as said earlier in the month, we have the independent auditor's report, the report on internal controls, the report on major programs, the schedule of finding and question costs, and then a report that's in accordance with the Auditor General. Next slide, please. We reviewed the accounting records of the city and made determinations regarding significant estimates. We reviewed those areas as allowance for doubtful accounts, accumulated depreciation, and the fair value of investments. Other areas of significance includes management overrides of controls and revenue recognition. Want to point to management that there are several GASB pronouncement forthcoming, GASB 83, GASB 88, and we sent a note a couple days ago regarding GASB 87. Next slide, please. As relates to uncorrected financial misstatements, we have no matters to report. Anything that we noted that should have been corrected was, and there were no matters as relates to financial presentation and disclosure omissions. Control deficiencies, we noted a few, we'll go over those later. No significant findings as relates to related party. And we have a responsibility if the city was to use the report for other issuances, for example, a bond issue, we would need to be brought in to make sure that what is in the bond offering is consistent with our audit report. The slide, next slide please, the slide you have before you goes over a few matters which I will highlight. We did not know any actual or suspected fraud. There's no matters to report for non-compliance, non-GAAP and subsequent event issues, and everything else you see on the other side, there's no matters to report on there either. Independence, we deem ourselves as independent from the city of Pahokee. Next two slides. We will spend the next few moments talking about financial reporting. We will go over revenue, expenses, capital assets, receivables, and long-term debt. So as we delve into the numbers, please note that we audit in accordance with GAS, generally accepted auditing standards, to make sure that the city is reporting in accordance with GAAP, generally accepted accounting principles. Revenues for the year 2020, 5.7 million as compared to 6.5 million for the 2019 year. The decrease primarily a result of general fund grants and contributions being reduced by approximately 800,000. We selected a sample of significant transactions according to revenue and tested those transactions for existence, accuracy, and the presentation of that revenue. Expenses, remember, again, this is for the 2020 year, 5.8 million as compared to 5.7 million for the 2019 year. We tested a sample of significant expenditure transactions. We tested those transactions for completeness, accuracy, and presentation. Capital assets, next slide, please. Capital assets final balance as of 2020, 13.1 million as compared to 13.9 million for 2019. The decrease is primarily a result of the annual depreciation charge. Receivables, 330,000 for September 30, 2020 as compared to 400,000 for 2019. Long-term debt, 700,000 for 2020 as compared to 900,000 for 2019. We confirm those balances with third parties. We have a responsibility as your auditors. Our responsibility includes expressing an opinion on the financial statements, consideration of the internal control environment, although we don't issue an opinion on the internal control environment, and making sure or noting any internal control deficiencies that we may find. There are several types of deficiencies, as noted on the next slide. Significant deficiency, which is a combination of deficiencies in internal control environment that is less severe than a material weakness, but yet important enough to merit attention to those charged with governance. And then you have a material weakness, which is a deficiency or combination of deficiencies, such that there is a reasonable possibility that a material misstatement in the financial statements will not be prevented or detected or corrected on a timely basis. With that mouthful being said, we will examine the findings that they relate. Please note some of these findings go back over the years. Findings remain with the municipal government until they are cleared. I will run through them as expeditiously as possible. First finding goes from 2010-01, which relates to performing a physical count of inventory. We noted that item as not completed. Moving forward to 2019, there was a note that dealt with the oversight in the financial reporting process with transactions not being recorded in the general ledger. We noted that status is partly implemented. We do give credence to the city hiring an outside consultant to help along with that process. Moving on to the next slide, there's another comment that relates to the financial report being presented timely, that's filed with the state. We noted that that has not been implemented even with this year 2020. Moving to the next slide, 2014-03, which deals with the budgetary RSI, required supplementary information. We noted that the general fund exceeded an amount of expenditures, and so we recommend the city adopt amendments to make sure that that doesn't happen at year end, and we noted that is not implemented. Moving forward to 2014, which relates to the use of credit card transactions, we noted that status as partly implemented for the 2020 year. Moving forward to 2015, which deals with adequate controls over the completeness of revenues for the Marina and the campground, we noted that status as partly completed with some improvements and updates in policies and procedures. Moving forward to 2016, having staff adequately trained in purchasing procedures, we again noted that status as partly implemented, again noting some improvements as relates to that area. Moving forward again to 2016, we noted some purchasing policy procedures that needs to be updated. Again, we noted that as partly implemented, again noting some improvements having been made. Moving forward to 2017, this relates to the Marina and Campground Enterprise Fund having operating losses. We noted that that has not been implemented or remedied yet. Moving forward to 2017, inadequate communication between the accounting department and grants. We noted that as partly implemented and look to see that continue to improve. 2017-04, which deals with the infrastructure surtax and expenditure fund. Again, we noted that as partly implemented for the audit year we reviewed. Now rolling forward to 2018-01, we noted that the city had not incorporated auditor's adjustments. And so again, we noted that as partly implemented, again, giving credence to the assistance of the outside consultant, Mrs. Lyberg. 2019, which deals with the promissory note series 2018. We noted that is not implemented for the year. And again, 2019, which again deals with the series promissory note. This deals with the recording of that note in the government-wide financial statements, and we know that that is not implemented. And lastly, the 2019, which deals with the DEO, housing and community. This is around the Marina construction project. This dealt with the change order that was made and noted, and we noted that this has been done and remedied. As it relates to management responsibilities, management is responsible for fairly presenting financial statements, making adjustments to those financial statements. Management is also responsible for the design, implementation, and the maintenance of the control environment. Management is also responsible to provide access to us as auditors, to provide any additional information and unrestricted access to persons within the organization. The city commission, those charged with governance, responsibility includes oversight of the financial reporting process, oversight and maintenance of management and controls that are designed to prevent, deter, and detect fraud. Our responsibility, again, is to issue an opinion on the financial statements. Again, our responsibility includes to audit in accordance with GAS, generally accepted auditing standards, and to evaluate the internal control environment. We also have a responsibility to communicate significant matters, communicate any suspected or identified non-compliance with laws and regulation, again, to conduct our audit in accordance with GAS, and to communicate to the City Commission anything that we feel rises to that level. That concludes our report, Mayor, and if you so desire, choose, we will do our very, very best to answer any questions that you and or any of the electeds have of us.
Outside of the actual completed audit report, are there any requirements that you all provide any information to the commission prior to the completion of it, as far as like preliminary finding, so we can kind of be aware of what's going on in the city and not so much at the tail end, especially because sometimes audits be late being received, so we're probably going to be behind the 8 ball if the practices of that continue. I'm wondering if there's any way that the commission itself can begin to get a little more information as the progress move along.
Thank you for that question, Mayor. I want to answer it on 2 levels. First word you used was a requirement. We do not have a requirement. We work through the manager, so we normally will do those communication with management, whoever you have hired, to update them in finance on any findings. We do provide certain communication, but in the spirit of your question, part 2, we can sit with the electeds. Normally, I will offer a one-on-one. We can do it via Zoom, via phone, and discuss any updates and or conclusions with the audit report. I will at this time, part 3, I didn't think of this. We work for you, right? We are a direct hire of the commission. And so if it is the pleasure of the electeds, then yes, we are willing to report, to provide whatever communications that you may need, desire, so that you, who we work for, are satisfied with knowing the flow and the information as relates to your audit.
In your presentation, you said that there was still, as far as I think it was 2013, things that were recommended to have adjusted and fixed, and some of them, as you went, you said partially. Can we know what was partially done and why wasn't it done at a completion? And why every year it's the same thing, you know, why?
Good question. So, thank you for that, and again, I'm gonna answer that on several levels. The Auditor General of the State of Florida requires auditors to provide an update on management letter comments that are given. Part two. What we do is give 3 status: either completed, right, fully implemented, partially implemented, that means the city did something, or not implemented at all. And so what we will do in our evaluation of each of those comments is determine, sit with staff, sit with management to find out what has been done. So to the spirit of your question, if you want to know in detail what has been done, I would have to get back with you and say, hey, for this comment, this is what has been done that made it partially complete, so that you all can begin to move forward on how those comments get cleared. The one thing I will add on to your question is we're coming up to the 2021 audit, and so we would hope with the addition of the manager and new staff that we can begin to, again, in our assessment, begin to get some of these things cleared off so that they can fall off of your report and you won't have things going back to 2014.
Okay, on the summary of opinion, I noticed you didn't go through that. It says basis for qualified opinion on the cemetery fund, marina and campground fund, and business type activities. The city has not performed a physical count on inventories and has not maintained perpetual inventory records for the cemetery fund. The city also has not established adequate controls over the completeness of revenues and receivables of the cemetery fund. The amount by which these funds items will affect the assets, net position, revenue, and expenses of the cemetery fund, and the business type activity could not be determined. The city has not established adequate controls over the completeness of revenues and unearned revenues for the marina and campground fund. The amount by which these items will affect the assets, liability, net position, and revenues of the marina and campground fund, and the business type activities could not be determined. So there's still things that were not done correctly when it came to the marina and when it came to the cemetery.
Please take this as a clean comment. Can you re-ask your question? Because I want to make sure I answer the question, and then I have a spirit of what I think you want to say. But ask me your question, so I want to make sure I answer it.
Okay, according to your
Yes, ma'am.
assessment or findings, the city has not performed a physical count of inventories and has not maintained perpetual inventory records for the cemetery fund. This is as of the date of
September 30, 2020. Yes, ma'am.
Also, the city has not established adequate controls over the completeness of revenues and receivables of the cemetery fund.
Well, sure. Let me
Yeah, can you,
let me answer in a couple ways. So, as auditors, we give our audit opinion is over citywide. It's over all things. We also have to consider what we call opinion units, right? Those are what you would call the smaller funds. And so when a smaller fund, although it may not be material to the overall city, so we can issue a report on the overall city and say, yes, the overall city meets the standards of the audit. But this fund, the qualified opinion means except for, right? That's getting a little technical, right? So the except for, everything is fine except for blank. And in this case, what we are alluding to in writing, so it's more than an allusion, is that that needs to be cleared up. And so we would hope, again, through the manager and staff, that when we go in to do our 2021 audit, that those things can be rectified. But yes, as of that report, it was not in a place that we could issue a a clean opinion, unmodified opinion on that fund. But that fund is not material to the overall city. So we can still give a clean opinion on the overall city.
Okay.
So right now, Rod, we sits at, looking at this report and looking at, our net, the city of Pahokee sits pretty good. City of Pahokee now is sitting on almost $14 million in their net. So, and I heard some of your, there's a lot of you going fast, but. The city of Pahokee still sits, is running correctly, funded wise,
Right,
money wise, budgeted wise.
Right, we were able to issue a unmodified opinion, i.e. clean opinion on the overall financial health of the city. If I could take the spirit of your question, yes, the financial strength of the city has improved over our time as the auditor. Yes, there are still things that need to be done as it relates to the internal control environments and things that should happen, right? Should means must. Things that should happen as we continue to go forward and do better.
And you would point those out to the city as what needs to be done to get it done.
Through the mayor, I can point it out to the manager, I can point it out to the electeds. However you all guide me, I'm more than happy to do that, to make sure that together, manager and commission, just manager, are made aware of our audit findings and our audit issues before we conclude. So we are more than happy to schedule those meetings or discussions.
And the timeline for the next audit is due almost, when, like, are we almost late for the 2021?
Yes, ma'am. So state law says that a municipal government should issue their audit report 270 days after year end. So we are September 30 year end, so our audit report is due to the state on June 30 of 2022. So although as we sit here today, we are not late, I would imagine that it's a high possibility we have been late, but we have not coordinated with the manager yet for the 2021 audit. We were working hard to make sure that we got the 2021 done and in the books.
Okay.
So as of today, all the years have been audited, financially audited through 2020,
Yes, ma'am.
every year.
I think I saw somewhere said, this is a joke, I'm going to make this a joke. I think I saw somewhere that said the city is up to 100 years. So I can't attest to the whole 100 years. But for what I know, yes, the years before we came and since we've been here, they have been audited. So yes, ma'am.
Yeah, because I thought it was 2017 last time I heard, but.
Thank you for that. There was a gap between, I think, when we started and when you saw us. I believe we did an audit presentation for the 2019 year, maybe 2018. And then with COVID and some other things, there was maybe a gap. So maybe that's why your memory is thinking 2017. But yes, we're back on track now up to 2020.
And this includes 19 and 20.
So our audit year is for 1 year, but you will see comparatives 2 years in the financial statement. So yes, we put in the 2019, which should tie back to the 2019 report. And then of course our audit year is for the 1 year, September 30, 2020. But there are comparative numbers in there, so that gives you the 2 year feel.
And as far as the separation in accounts, are we putting the grant money separate from the general fund?
Good question. I can't answer that to that level of detail. I can review and discuss. Based on what we saw from our testing, everything was fine. There were we worked through some things this year to make sure that the audit got done. And so we are looking forward to the 2021 year, if I'm saying that right? to make sure that we can, again, review the findings and make sure those things hopefully get clear.
And you said that you worked through, what do you mean by that?
When I say we worked through some things,
Yeah.
good question. So for this last 2020 year, there were some challenges to just getting through all of the audit steps that needed to happen. But we got through them, and we were able to review and audit what needed to happen and to issue our report.
Any additional questions? Okay. Hearing none, we thank you for that report and look forward to the next audit on a
Thank you, sir.
timely manner.
Thank you.
Okay, now we're gonna move to citizen comments, public service announcements, all items on the agenda, 3 minutes, please. City clerk, acting city clerk, since you're here, do we have any public comment card or citizen comment card completed?
Yes, we have one public comment card from Carl Morrison.
Carl R. Morrison, senior resident and consumer of the city of Pahokee. First and foremost, I would like to thank Commissioner Mervin for being on the right track in reference to city employees' salary. Prayerfully, this upcoming budget, everyone that works for the city of Pahokee would be able to make a minimum of $15 an hour. Companies have a tendency of being top-heavy when it comes to salaries with employees and don't think about the person at the bottom. And I want to thank her for making that statement in reference to at least a minimum in this upcoming budget. Did you all allocate funds for employees to make at least $15 an hour? Also, dealing with the Public Works Department, it should be a priority to try to find coverings for all the lawnmowers that they have, because there's a different type of heat out there now. And we don't want your employees having heat strokes out there. So if we can find something to cover all the lawnmowers where it can help protect the employees, that would be appreciated. And also, I hope before this meeting is over that you all can come to a conclusion, not just talk about it, but be about it. We're setting up town hall meetings starting every quarter. If we can get that done before this meeting is over, we would appreciate that. And also, I would acknowledge that finding jobs for this community is a priority. But with that being said, we have to make sure not just any type of jobs. We have to be concerned about the citizen health and the property value of this community. And with that being said, there need to be a city ordinance or resolution stating that no chicken or pig farms within the city limits of this community. We all have to be held accountable. You all have been given another opportunity, so let's get it right, because you will be held accountable. And Mr. Mayor, to you, a couple weeks back, you and Ms. Perez were having a conversation, and you told her it was your opinion that the former city attorney was not looking out for the best interests of this city with everyone he brought in. Let me clear the air. That's not an opinion, that's a fact. He was not looking out for the interests of this city. Thank you.
Any additional comments, cards, city clerk?
No, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. We don't have any minutes to approve at this time. We don't have any consent agenda items. Now we'll move to our regular scheduled agenda. We don't have any ordinance or public hearings. We do have a resolution, 3 to be effect. First resolution is Resolution 2022-12, City Attorney.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pahokee, Florida, authorizing the city manager to execute a service agreement with Coastal Network Solutions, LLC, Exhibit A, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, City Attorney. City Manager, could you give us a brief explanation of this resolution?
This resolution is to provide IT service for the city and to get us back on track with being able to communicate with the public through this contract. At the last City Commission meeting, a 30-day notice was given out to the prior company, PCN. So in an effort to keep things going, we did a transfer of services initially, but we were pending this contract. It's very similar to theirs, except for it's a flat rate.
And Mr. Mayor, just to alleviate any confusion, there is a coastal agreement in the backup documents. However, that is not the document that was prepared by legal. So the manager, I believe, does have that document, and that document has been forwarded to the vendor. It's one that has terms and conditions that operate in the city's best interest. And I believe he'll pass that out. But the backup that you find in here that has the blue color at the top with the coastal logo is not the one that was prepared for purposes of this meeting and for your approval.
Therefore, are we gonna vote on something that we don't have? Because this is not the contract.
The issue is a minor with our transition of our city clerk. She's hasn't been feeling well of late, and so as we got the documents late, we hadn't able to bring it. So either we can table it and bring it back in a special meeting for those, because both vendors, I send it out at around 4.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am, I'm sorry.
The actual contract is in there to be signed if you want to give us a copy out tonight.
Okay, thank you.
She was saying that the actual contract is in the paperwork here, but we did have legal look over both the contracts. Initially, the vendors sent us their version, but as you guys know, our legal department looks over it and modifies it, and that's what happened this evening. And I sent it to both of them at 4, and both of them were fine with the adjustment that our city attorney had made.
It's not the one with the blue.
Yeah, T1 said it's the one. So the question is then, it has here, the price, is that the new one with the price of with the city attorney as of the base service of the $3,000?
Madam Vice Mayor, through the mayor, the price is the same as what they sent to the city. Those were the terms that were negotiated with the city manager. That's all the same. The information that we did it in a different contract so that it would incorporate some of the standard provisions that you would see in a city contract about indemnification and things that would behoove the city to have in their contracts. So it's just additional protection provisions that I think the city would want to execute. And from what I understand from the city manager, the vendor doesn't have a problem with the execution of the changes that were made.
Okay. I've been told that we have a staff that's gonna make copies, so we'll have them prior to actually voting on it. Hopefully we'll be able to look over it. If it's a major changes, then we can always have a special call meeting to finish this.
So we just received this. This wasn't something we were just sitting on. So we turned it around quickly and got it back out, and they have since agreed to the terms.
So can we table that one and go on to the next one then while she's making the next,
Yeah, we'll move to the next, but we'll address a question that Commissioner have, if you
Yes.
have one, Commissioner Trivedi.
Yeah, I just have a question. Whenever we have a contract or something like that, is it customary to have the vendor sign it and approve it and then come to the commission?
No, ma'am, but people do proposals, and that's all it was, is an initial proposal, and then it goes from us to legal, and there's where we have presented those things. But I guess it was late in the afternoon, so I have to take that hit. But no, it's not customary to do it this way. So the clerk, like I said, there's some things we have to work out.
So what we'll do at this time is just table this item till we can get the copies to be able to look at, and we'll move to Resolution 2022-13, City Attorney.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pahokee, Florida, authorizing the city manager to execute a service agreement with Imagine That Performance LLC, Exhibit A, providing for an effective date.
City Manager, could you give us a brief explanation of Resolution 2022-13?
So in an effort to address our financial issues with not having a finance director and issues with HR, I reached out to several temp services, and I liked what they could provide in the way of an interim finance director and HR director. So like the other thing, we got to get copies of it, of the final contract. But in your packet is their initial proposal, but we countered that with some amendments, and she'll come back with that here shortly. So what we're looking to do is, under that contract, it's $9,520 a month for a period of 5 months, starting May 2nd through September 30th is what our goal would be, so that we can start addressing all these audit findings and get stability in our finance department.
Okay,
So if I understand correctly, these are services for a finance director,
Interim
interim finance director.
/ HR director.
So, is our HR director, did she resign? Is she quitting? What's up with that?
No, I'm asking her to be in the role of risk and safety management, and allow for an HR director to come in and let's call it retraining, repurpose.
So she's gonna be the risk management,
Manager, yes, ma'am.
and according to this, it says how the city's gonna be, I guess, departmentalized and
Well, I will speak with that in my city manager report, but I wanted to recommend that the mayor and the commissioners consider realignment to be able to departmentalize all the departments under department heads, whereas historically they were kind of, in some cases, they just answered to the city manager. I'm adding more accountability in this move. Also, I'm looking at, for example, can you post that for me on the screen so everybody can see? So, what we're talking about is this organizational chart. So, in my 14 days here and remembering what I had to go through back in June through August, we needed to really make adjustments to be more efficient. We needed more individuals that could come to the table and help the city be productive and grow. In an effort to have a growth management push to grow Pahokee, to be able to do the things like annexations, to be able to undo some of the mistakes of the past with the Marina, the campground, to be able to address the streets, street signs, potholes, infrastructure. It's a lot of things. And in order to smooth things out, I'm asking for the following adjustments. I'm looking at the Office of the City Manager to be created, in which under that we have a Deputy City Manager and special projects. Also, you'll have an Operations Manager, and then you'll have the Finance Department being able to oversee HR, risk management, and IT. Under the wing of the Deputy City Manager, Community and Economic Development would be under that person, Parks and Rec, Code Enforcement, Building Planning, and Zoning. And then under the Operations Manager, the person would be for Public Works, Campground and Marina, and the cemetery would answer to that position. And then the services like the sheriff and the sheriff's office and Palm Beach County Fire and Rescue, that would answer to the city manager's office. So in doing this, this would allow a more fluid city, if you will. And I would say within the first 6 months, we should be able to see a lot of improvement in the city. One of the things that just received our undiscovered in the last couple of days is a report from Florida Department of Environmental Protection Agency. So I guess when the previous city manager was out, a letter came in saying that there were some findings, and that was as of March 24th. And we were given so many days. Well, we didn't respond, so now we got to look at findings. So I have those things in packets on my desk that I want to sit down with each and every one of you individually to discuss and come up with our plan of action to correct these things, or we may be potentially subject to up to $3,500 a day fines. So there's some real issues we need to address. So we need the additional manpower and a management capacity so we can move ourselves forward. That's why I'm stepping forward to ask you for this consideration.
All right, do you already have who's gonna be on these positions?
Yes, ma'am.
Could, who's the Deputy City Manager, Special Projects?
That would be Jongelyn Adams.
Who's your Finance Human Resources? That's gonna be the person that you wanna hire.
That would come through Imagine That Performance, which is the temp service, and her name is Lynn Latner. She's been a former city manager, and she's run finance and HRs for big cities and small cities.
Okay, this LLC, I noticed that it was formed in 2020, and in 21, it changed names from Bob to Robert. I also did the Google search, and it's a house, which is the same address for this Robert Duncan, I think is the name. He's the registered agent.
Yes, ma'am.
There are no board members or anything. So, how do we find this company?
So, Mr. Duncan, through Imagine That, you'll find him on LinkedIn. You'll find him as a member of the Florida City County Manager Association, in which he's done presentations and things like that. I had the opportunity of working with him through a thing called Think Tank, where he's like crisis management. So he goes in and he has private sessions in group settings with city managers that are dealing with things, and then he can provide services, or people can come in, and it's a network. And they have solutions. They rank recommendations. So he's been doing that for some time.
So is he gonna be recommending, or is he gonna be?
So he's recommending Ms.
Finance
Lynn
director.
to come in and assist us. Yes, ma'am.
And it also states that if at any point we decide to hire her permanent as an employee or a contract or any other way, that we will pay $9,000 to the company to be able to retain her?
Well, I don't know if you have any experience with like Robert Half and account temps or muni temps. So historically, I've been in positions where you negotiate the buyout, if you will, for a person who does a good job for you when they're temping. So he's given his max number, but that doesn't mean that's the number we pay.
So the company itself is in Tampa? The
Yes,
company itself?
Yes, ma'am. And he was at the last meeting, and he sat next to me when I came down. So Mr. Duncan was, but
Well, let me just chime in just a little bit. If you are suggesting that you want to pay a lower amount, you should put that on the table, because in the contract right now,
It's
what they
9,000.
proposed is what you would be obligated to contractually.
we're negotiable. So I can add the word negotiable in place of the $9,000, or I can talk to him tonight and get that number.
Well, what the commission is approving right now, it has an amount, and that is the amount that so if you're
you'll say
proposing a
9,000.
different amount or something, you may want to step out and call them and tell the commission, because or bring it back another day. But right now, there's an amount in the contract that, if they approve it, that is the amount that
ma'am.
the city's going to be obligated to pay.
I wanted you to see first the production that's going to be produced with this person. I mean, I didn't want to jump a gun in negotiating. You know, typically you have the ability to negotiate. You don't have to give a number right now, because each of you haven't chimed in on what you think of the person once they start working. That's
But-
important to me for the feedback.
But if you approve this, you stuck with that.
Yeah, we don't need to be stuck with the number.
Amount.
So
But the question, if I can get a question, the question is, so you pay $9,000 now a month to, what's the company's name?
So money is free because we haven't had a finance director in over a year. So the money's there.
Okay, so $9,000 a month paid to the company, the company will pay,
5 months.
the company will pay, what's the.
Lynn, yes.
Lynn. Okay, so Lynn is gonna be here Monday through Friday.
Or
in the
however
office.
long you, because it's.
No,
you
I'm
know,
just
it's like-
saying, but Lynn will be an actual person here in the office, not she's
Right.
actually here in the office.
No working remotely,
Okay,
working actually here and accepted as a salary, not a hourly rate.
so her insurance and all of that is through
Him,
him.
through, imagine that.
Okay, so.
We're not responsible for any of those things, just taking the taxes out.
And they pay out of the 9,000.
Well, he would take out the taxes, he would give her a 1099.
Right, but out of the 9,000, they pay her. All we do is we pay this company, I forgot the name of the company.
Imagine that performance.
Yes, we paying Imagine That Performance.
And, like, he's gonna be doing all the duties as the finance director. All the duties stated in our charter for the finance director, while she's here.
Yes, so I sent, council had me attach the job description for our finance director and HR director. So that is what the contract that we just went to have printed stated in it.
Another question that I have, so you're gonna have him over HR, and then you're still gonna have the HR over risk management. Is HR's salary gonna stay the same? Cause I imagine whether you keep her or hire somebody else for that position, is that gonna be an additional salary?
So on the HR, I would ask for amendment of just adding, so there's no risk manager position, so we would have to create one. And then the HR director salary is there. There's a range for it. So I think the range is from 45 to 60,000.
So if I may.
For the HR director?
If I may,
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I just want to tell you what's in it right now, right? So if something else is intended, then, that's fine. But what you're being handed out now is, right now, you have 2 job descriptions, and they should be attached as composite exhibit A at the end. I don't see them, but there are
They're in
two.
the back.
They're in the back, okay. There are 2 job descriptions, and you have one for an HR director and one for a finance director. And so this person that they're giving, although it could really be anybody, this is just who they're offering. This contractor is contractually obligated to provide these services that are set forth in the job descriptions. They're supposed to be able to do all of these things and bring the experience and expertise and whoever they need to hire to provide these things. That's what they're supposed to do. Now, they're saying that they want to offer the person's name who's in here, Lynn Ladner, which is fine, but it could be Lynn and 5 other people, really, because right now what they're contractually obligated to do is perform those things that are in the job descriptions. So for that amount of money, for the amount of money of $9,000 a month, which you'll find in under Article 4 of the document you just got, to be broken down like this, that's supposed to be for both the finance director and the HR director. Now, I was given an amount of $4,760, right? And with every 2 weeks being paid $59.50 an hour, equivalent of $4,760. I guess that's what you come up with, the 9 a month. So that is the amount that is supposed to be paid to the vendor. The vendor will then take out FICA, everything else, withholding taxes, any other expenses, and they're going to then pay this contracted person or persons, right? So that's what you have right now. So if the manager is proposing, an amendment of any kind, I just want to make sure you don't vote on a document where at the end of it, you're thinking that's all included, whatever is being said right now, because right now, this is all that's in this contract, right? Along with these other terms and conditions that are standard for, city contracts. And so they would have to provide us with insurance. They'd have to also indemnify us if there are any issues. They don't have to provide a bond under this, although that may be something that the city wants to talk about.
Yeah.
I don't know. But right now, it doesn't address that. It also gives a date of October the 28th of 2022. That's what I was given as the termination date. We were told that it was I think a 5-month contract. And so October 28th, 2022 was when this would expire. But however, the manager wanted to make sure that there could be 30 days written notice at any time. And that information or that language was also put in here. And then other language relates to just them having to keep public records, which is required by municipalities. It has some e-verify language, which is required by state law. It has notice requirements that weren't in their document. So the other things are just standard to our city contracts. But those, I just want you all to know what you're voting on, right? So if you vary from what you see in front of you, then that has to be an amendment to this agreement that we then make and you then vote on.
Well, according to this, it's $9,520 a month. $47.60 bi-weekly. That adds up to $95.20.
Right, for both of those, that's what the manager negotiated for both of those functions based on the job descriptions. So
that's that's like 2 positions.
Yes, 2 positions
Yeah.
though, which is not that
That's
bad.
not bad.
but-
It's 2
but
positions.
Performance-wise, if they don't perform up to our standard, what recourse do we have without some type of performance bond or whatever you want to call that? I'm just trying to see if we have some protection ourselves.
sure, you can terminate the agreement. Either party can terminate it for convenience upon 30 days written notice. And that will be one of the options that the city would have if they're not performing. In terms of a bond, that's a different issue. And let me check really quickly to see if your code or your charter requires, it is required in a lot of cities. Let me just see if it's required here.
I don't think there's actually 2 positions because, you have an HR director, which I know you said she needs assistance, but he really won't be doing that job by himself, or she won't be doing the job by herself.
Yeah,
Now,
yes, she will. Because the other woman, she'll be risk management, but she won't be doing human resource.
So we have a lot of policy to come down for change of, like our HR policy, things like that. So this type of expertise would be highly favorable or in our favor to use a person who has that experience of changing out the things. We've had travel issues, credit cards, we've got to amend, all the things. We got to come back, look at the charter of accounts and all those things. So
Yeah, I know.
now,
All that is mismanagement.
well, I have a question. So he texts me and he says he's negotiable. So what amount would you guys see fit as if you like the person to hire permanently, what would be a suitable number?
But that's not what this is.
hire
This is,
permanent?
yeah, this
We don't
is,
wanna go
Not
there
permanent,
yet.
it's for,
this
Well,
is,
that's what she was on when she
No,
started.
I said according to this, if you decide, according to the papers that I read, that was proposed, it said that the person could be hired as an employee, it could be hired as a contractor, or it could be hired, I forgot what the other option was, but either way, if you get her from another, meaning the temp agency, that, you know, there'll be a $9,000 to pay. So that, I wanted to clarify that.
Mr. Mayor?
I wasn't trying to vote on a salary right now, because like you said, I like to see the performance.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
And I just want to explain, Commissioner Perez, that was in their proposal. That never should have gotten in the meeting packet. It never should have been a part of what you all have in front of you at all. So what I'm giving you, or what I've given you, and what's been passed around is the document. It doesn't have any of that information in it, because this is just strictly contractual. The city with this company, Imagine That Performance LLC. That's it. It's the city contracting with this company. So we are not dealing with if you hire the person later. None of that is for your consideration. It's only issues dealing with whether, you know, how much you want to pay this vendor and these terms that are set forth and what's before you. So don't look at, you know, I'm just asking you not to look at what's here, because I think that was just added in error by the clerk's office, but it's not intended to be a part of anything that you're considering right now. What you're considering right now is in front of you.
Okay, and my only concern, I know that you say that this gentleman is highly qualified, and so it's the lady, but my concern is that this LLC was only established in 2020. So what's the experience? Are we going by their individual experience, or since he formed his liability?
So he's worked for the city of Temple Terrace, Florida. He's worked for the city of Clearwater. He's worked for the city of Kenneth City, and there's one other. So in his time, he's been quite effective in getting sizable contracts and working on that, you know, on that side, the west side of Florida.
So he formed this LLC and he brought those individuals into the LLC?
Could we reschedule this for some other day so we can do research on it? I'd like to read upon, do some research on it.
We can't hear you.
So I'd like to see if we can reschedule this part at another meeting so I can do some research on it, because it's not making sense.
Well, here's a picture of the office.
A house?
There's the office and his residence as well. This is the articles of the incorporation and the year that was incorporated, June 25, 2020. It was not incorporated under Bob or Rob Duncan. He had a name change in April 6 of 2021. And it was last updated or renewed March 9, 2022. And I also have the pictures of that individuals. That's Robert Duncan. That's, well, I don't know, she's another lady that's in their group.
They didn't do all that with Greg Thompson. Sure, that's right.
And this is the lady that we're talking about. There's another lady that's in with them, and that's the last one. This is the lady Laughter, or that the city manager mentioned.
Mr. Luca, you was able to get reference, you kind of checked on some of the cities that he previously worked for to see
Yes,
what
he's,
they're-
and he still has contracts with them to this day. And there's no blowback of dissatisfaction. We're just in an emergency situation of people have been interviewed for the finance director position, and I'm just trying to get us moving forward so that we don't have further things with audits and so forth, and marina issues, cemetery issues. We have a lot to overcome in a short window.
I
We,
totally agree that we have things that also, you know,
City Attorney, you have looked over the contract. Is there any additional protection you think we need, or this is pretty much a basic
Yeah,
contract
the
to kind of protect our interests
Yeah.
if we need?
As rewritten, the contract is fine.
Okay.
So if you all wanted to do that, it allows plenty of opportunity for you to get out. It's for a set amount of money. It has all the provisions of protection that a city should have. And I did look up the bond issue. It is not it's required for the manager. It's not required for the finance director. So I think that with their insurance, which is a part of this agreement, they have to have insurance. I think the city would be fine. And you have your auditors as checks and balances, and so.
And we have to look at it, it's a temporary hiring service. If we're not satisfied with the work, we can always get out of the contract, but you have to give your city manager the ability to secure proper staffing that he feel that could move the city along in a professional manner. And I have no real serious problem or issue with it, but it's his recommendation. We can either accept it or reject it, or do like Gonzalez says, just temporarily postpone it till you can do your own research. But that's why you have a city manager to give him that leeway to make recommendations that he feel would help run the city the way it need to be ran. We don't have a financial director. We've been without one for about a year. We really need to have one in place. And to be honest, the human resource director is almost like a plus of having, because when you compare both salaries to the total salary, we're still probably under what we would normally pay for those two positions. And I realize that human resource that we currently have will be doing other things different from what she was doing in the past, the risk management part and the other parts that she can dedicate a little more full time to doing, and don't spread herself so thin. I think we should give this an opportunity and see how it would go.
what, at the end of the 5 months, if this company is not satisfactory, what are the plans then?
We're still going to
Or
be.
what are you gonna be doing while, are you gonna be still looking while he's on, or she's on board, or after, you figure out she's not working out, you're gonna go out and get somebody else, get somebody permanent,
So
temporary?
we're always looking for great employees to come to the city of Pahokee. It's important to develop the pool as well. So there's some other things I'll talk about in my city manager report. But in an effort to move forward, that's all I'm asking. We'll see collectively. You guys are great interrogators, so we'll see. That's all I ask.
Maybe I have a question. What is as far as the commission, what is our most pressing concern about this? Anybody? What is the major concern about this?
The major concern is, who is this entity? How long they've been in business? What is their experience? what are they gonna do for us? And, you know, how much we're paying. Those are the concerns. So they have to come out and they have to be discussed, and any questions or that we have should be answered. I don't think that there's anything wrong with asking questions and trying to figure out, because I did go online and I did do my research, and those are the questions that I had. I mean, I looked at it, it's a house, it's the same business as it's corporate.
We have a lot of.
I don't know if there's if they have, you know, a space, an office, you know.
So, are we concerned about a person having a home-based business instead of a storefront? Is that an issue of how he chooses to, you know, reduce his overhead? Is that an issue?
It's not reducing the overhead. I was concerned looking at the picture of that house and the company that is supposed to be and the amount of employees that he has. Those were my concerns, yes.
Okay, so working from home instead of paying maybe working from home instead of paying $3,000 a month for a building is a concern. I'm just asking. I'm just trying to. A home-based business is a concern.
Yeah, a lot. Come on.
That don't. You done?
Yes. For now.
He's asking only for 5 months of a temp service for $9,000. So you know what they're paying. You're not paying any insurance, and you're paying $9,000 to image that performance. Okay, I don't think it's fair. We can pull up businesses here in the city, and you pull the address up. It's their house. It's their business using as their house. So that to me is not really a concern. We have a lot of home businesses, that people that run businesses from their house, and they are real big businesses that run from their house. Ms. Perez, we really don't want to go too much into that, because we can pull up some stuff that goes back to that. But anyway, the city attorney just gave that she doesn't see that there was any problem with the contract. It's nothing that you're really just bounded to. You have 5 months. After that, even if before the 5 months, if you're not pleased with the service, you can get rid of the service. Okay, then you still be on the grounds of looking for a finance director. So it's not like and like some of the contracts we had where you're going to pay $25,000 or $50,000 if we was to get rid of them. So you're not. You're paying $9,000 a month for a contractual service that would be filled in 2 positions. My thing is, it's not breaking us. It's not. The city attorney said it's okay. You know, I don't see anything wrong with it. Wrong with the contract.
Okay, we can let's do it this way. We can ask some additional questions if we have any, but let's see if this is going to be moving forward by a motion and a second. Then we ask for the question, and then we take a vote.
Mayor, but I move that we will accept the, trying to get let's see the motion. The ordinance.
Imagine that.
Mayor, but I move that we will accept Resolution 2022-13, that imaging that performance LLC agreement.
I'll second that.
It has been moved by Vice Mayor Mervin and properly seconded by Commissioner Bolden that we move Resolution 2022-13. Call for questions.
A question?
Yes.
I still say let's just hold up on that and have the individual come in person, and we can speak with him directly. So that way we can basically hear it straight from the horse's mouth, what's going on, get some information. Because I really don't know what's going on with this.
I'll say this. I think we have a competent interim city manager, and I think that if this is something that he feels he needs in order to move forward effectively, then I think we should definitely put some confidence in him and go forward with it.
I mean, even with all the confusion that's been right in front of you,
What
you still gonna go
confusion?
forward?
What's the confusion?
What's the confusion?
Paperwork wasn't even making sense. They even had to come back with a different contract.
It wasn't because it didn't make sense.
We're talking about two different contracts.
That was minor. It wasn't.
In addition to questions,
My concern is not the short term. I have to ask these questions because if the city manager decides that he wants to keep, this company, I will have no say-so. I'm the minority here. It would just go through. So any questions I'm gonna ask from the get.
okay.
That's my concern.
In addition to questions, hearing none, are you ready for a vote? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Vice Chair Murphy,
Yes?
Commissioner Bolden,
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez,
No.
Commissioner Perez, Commissioner Perez,
This is for a period of 5 months.
Or less, until we see performance,
Okay,
you're
but as far as
making
the
it like I got a
contract,
guarantee.
it's for 5 months. No longer than 5 months.
Yes, ma'am.
Terminates on October. This contract,
28.
right?
Yes, ma'am.
That's what it says.
Okay? I'll
Yes.
give you the benefit of the doubt.
That's a yes.
Mayor Babb,
Yes. Motion passed by a majority of 4-1 vote.
We have the table of the IT,
I know, we're going back to it.
Yeah.
Now we're gonna move back to the first resolution, which was tabled, Resolution 2022-12. It's already been read into the minutes, and, you wanna highlight anything else you wanna mention on this, resolution, City Manager?
No, sir.
City Commission having had Resolution 2022-12 properly read into the minutes by our city attorney, properly explained by our city manager. What's your pleasure?
What is this one? Which one is this one? 12. Mayor, I move that we will accept Resolution 2022-12 for questioning.
Are there a second?
I'll second.
It has been moved by Vice Mayor Mervin and properly seconded by Commissioner Bolden for the adoption of Resolution 2022-12. Call for questions.
Mayor, if I'm not mistaken, this the Coastal Network Solution is the company that we had prior to the one we just got rid of. Well, I know from Mark Linsky, I think his name, has been with the guy, I know I've been here since 2016. There has really been no issues with this IT company, and the one that we had with prices was exuberant more than this one, this Mark Linsky. I'm trying to see if everything is in here. What it's cost.
3,000.
You see it? What page is it? The 3,000? I seen it somewhere and I lost it. Oh, here. I think the amount is $3,000 for the IT, and it's $100 an hour. But my only question is, if there was something that's, like if you had to call him, I know there was a time you called Mark at any time and he will, whatever. Is there any, you know what I'm trying to say, is there any additional?
So there's no additional cost in a service call like we were being charged by the previous vendor. His is a flat rate That's it. He's only introducing the $100 or $99 in case there's something that contractually we added something and it didn't work. Then he's looking at getting his time paid for.
Okay.
And that's for T&M, that's time and material out of the scope of the contract. And, you know, those are really the only conditions that would be $100 an hour, which is still significantly less than the previous IT person.
Any additional questions?
And here I like also where he says, and we want to put it on record, there shall be no payment by city for out-of-pocket travel time. I know in the last IT, I think they charged us for pretty much everything. I think he almost charged $1,000 if you was to call him outside of the car. It was almost like $1,000 service call. So, this is okay.
Mayor, also just to note that the last company to break the contract is charging us $15,000.
Exactly.
There's no break in the contract cost here.
This is month to month, right?
Mr. Mayor, let me just make sure I explain. So this one is for a period of time. I believe it is a 2-year contract. However, if there's a material, either on either part, if there's a material default on either part, then you can break the contract. So the intent here is that you would have this company for at least a 2-year period of time. But if there's something that, you know, this person is not doing, that you need, consistent with some of the complaints that have been lodged against the previous vendor, then under those circumstances, you can terminate the contract and you don't have any penalties. So it's a little bit, you know, different in that respect. So I just wanted to make sure I put that on the record.
Still a 30-day notice, isn't it?
This is not in this document. Specifically, it
So
states,
theirs is not in theirs?
no, it's not in this one. Let me tell you why. The thing with IT vendors, they're not vendors that you kind of have for 30 days or, you know, you normally have a relationship with the IT vendors. And so the idea in this contract was to have something where you are having something, you know, that's stable with a vendor that, in this case, you trust, and that's the coastal company. So in terms of the termination clause, you can find it under item number excuse me, under 11, Article 11, and it shall take effect as of the date of the execution as shown herein below and continue for a 2-year period. The agreement may be extended for 1 additional year at the option of the City Commission, so if you choose to extend it for an additional year. However, either party may terminate this agreement upon written notice if the other is in breach of any material obligation contained in this agreement. So if there is a material breach, then either party can terminate the agreement. But the idea is that, you know, you all know this vendor, I guess it's someone that you trust and you've used for years, and so you're not really, you know, looking to, you know, change unless there's a material breach. And that's how this is written, with that in mind.
And he's not charging us $15,000 if we
Any
do.
additional
No,
questions?
no, ma'am.
Hearing none, are you ready for a vote? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Warner?
Vice Mayor Mervis,
Yes.
Commissioner Bowman,
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez,
Yes.
Commissioner Perez,
Yes.
Mayor Bat.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Commissioners. Motion passed by unanimous vote. Now we move to the final resolution, which is Resolution 2022-14. City Attorney.
I don't have no 14.
The one she gave me.
14 would
This
be
one. That
a
one.
document that you have as a standalone
Right.
resolution. You all should have
In your
been,
book. Pull that out. No. Look.
should have received it from the city clerk. And I'll read it into the record, Mr. Mayor, 2022-14, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pahokee, Florida, approving budget amendment number 1 in the amount of $1,884,832 for fiscal year 2021 through 2022, set forth in composite Exhibit A attached hereto, providing for adoption of representations, providing for an effective date.
It's this one.
It's Adam.
Look.
You pass it out each of us?
No, I thought you had that one.
Okay. Unless it's
It
in
was
the
on your-
package
it was on
somewhere.
your-
In the agenda package on the desk?
It was on the desk when you got
That
here.
was sitting on a, desk in front of me,
Okay.
on the dice.
I got one.
Where's it?
This may be
It's in
one.
your packet, she said. It should already be in your packet
No,
on the
it's-
dice.
I looked.
Okay, so I have a
That was sitting in front of
Wait, you got a
everyone.
motion.
separated.
Motion at first, we like the
Yes,
question.
it's separated,
It's a-
it's separated. It's
The
behind
document
the
is
agenda.
separated,
Oh, it's like free?
behind the agenda.
Behind the updated agenda, because it was the last minute add-on.
Outside of the binder, correct?
Yes.
It's outside of
Oh,
the
behind
binder,
that
so it's
agenda,
in your
okay.
desk. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Ron.
It's attached to it.
You got it there?
Attached to the agenda. Oh.
That's it.
Okay, we got it.
I have a question.
You read that into the minutes, right?
I did.
City manager, could you give us a brief explanation of this resolution?
Yes, this resolution's doing twofold process. One, it's accepting into our budget the funds from the American Rescue Act, where you see the $1,581,445. It's also accepting in $45,000 for the Early Learning Coalition, and also the amending of the positions for $303,387. Also in that is 14 workers, taking them from where they're at now to a new minimum wage of $15 an hour. Now, in accepting the early money, Early Learning Coalition, we need to work out our numbers of how that's going to be used. Those dollars, that goes specifically to Parks and Rec. So I have to bring how we're going to spend that money on that, but
So that $45,000 is for the Parks and Recreation?
the grant was secured by that department.
So that's for their expenditure?
Early learner co-
For their use?
Yes.
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Do you know how it's gonna be used? What was
Well, that's
it?
what they're gonna, we'll bring back that portion so you guys can see. It was just accepting the money that we wanted to do tonight.
I know, but if it's a grant that they already got, what was the grant for?
Go ahead, Mr. Chandler.
If I may, it is for bonuses for staff. They're also being used for training, that $45,000. It will also be used for an ice machine, games. There's other equipment that was line item that they will be able to use it for. And that is just for Parks and Rec, so it will be identified that way. And we will, Mr. Lucas will be able to bring back how it's broken down exactly.
And if I'm not mistaken, this is a grant that the director of park wrote himself
Yeah.
to generate some funding for that department. That's why it's exclusively for Parks and Rec.
Michael, what was the total for the ones for the 14 workers? What was that total amount?
The,
Yeah, he didn't specify.
Oh, I thought he did.
Out of the 303, he said 14 workers will
The, if I may, the 303,000 includes that 15 taken staff, which is not just public work, Parks and Rec staff, it's public services staff. It is any staff that we have that were below the minimum wage, we will be bringing those up. So that includes that 303,000. That is separate from that 45,000 for Parks and Recs.
So the 45,000 for Parks and Rec.
Yes, ma'am.
That's gonna cover their employees as well?
That is a
Or
bonus.
300
That, the Parks and Recs grant for 45,000 was, part of what Parks and Recs had, what ELC had done, early on during COVID. They had grants, so it was a grant, a phase 4 grant, a phase 3 grant. So I believe this is phase 4 or phase 5, which allowed for them to get bonuses, which allowed for them to get training. So Mr. Pickney from Parks and Recs Department, he did have to identify how he wanted to use that 45,000.
And you would bring that back to the commission?
Yes, we will bring down the breakdown of what he put on the list. We'll put it on the spreadsheet for you.
this is accepting of that
And
money.
also the
So,
14
I'll make sure
workers,
it comes back. Okay.
what was the increase?
So the 14, if I may, Ms. Lucas, the 14 employees are either public services, Parks and Rec staff. I think we have 2 cemetery staff, so we will be bringing them up to minimum wage, and that's at the $15 an hour. So that is included, that cost is included in the $303,000.
Now, if you,
So they were brought from how much to 15?
From whatever they was making prior.
if you recall, we raised it to 14 for all of them some time back. Now that we're into the new year,
So we're just increasing them by $1.
then there's some that I have to double check to clear it, because I think I seen on there maybe 13 something and some change, and I don't know where in the process they were. Did they just start? We had a couple of people that's come in since I had been gone, so I
Well,
just gotta
also,
see.
if you can remember when the last city manager came, when you was trying to implement the $14 an hour, when he came, he didn't allow that to move forward.
Oh, so then that might be the answer then.
So
I
that's
thought
why
they
a lot
all-
of them did not get there, because he didn't allow that to move forward. So, so that's why I think the $15 an hour for at least the minimum wage for the city of Pahokee is a great
We will
thing.
be meeting the state requirement of the
So
minimum wage.
This amount, that 303, 387, that's an estimated amount? Or
That
that's an actual amount?
303 includes,
No, this is,
But can we,
This is
if we
something else
approve
that-
this, can we just get with amended a breakdown of every, a line item of everything? Approve it
Alright.
with the amendment coming back with the
Okay.
breakdown.
all right.
Well,
Amendment.
So we know exactly what it equal up to.
Vote is you're supposed to see it before you vote on it.
You know,
Not vote on it and
you have the
see it.
total, you just wanna break down,
Yeah,
it's gonna
I
add up to
wanna
this
know
total.
what's going where.
that 303,000, I do believe, also covers the additional, was it for risk, taking her, no, not risk management, it was for our assistant director position, and there was some other positions that were not in there that we know we need immediately. So that will cover also, I believe, the,
It's covering the, addressing the charter adjustment, as well as moving the rest of the employees to $15 an hour. And we can bring back, so when Susan comes in, our interim finance director, or our assistant, the contracted person, she just moves over from the accounts to general fund and all that. So that's all listed in here, where the money's coming from and where it's going to. So you want an itemization of both
Where's
the
it
Early
going?
Learning Coalition for how that's going to be spent, and then you want the item breakdown as well of the 303.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For example, you say it's to cover like the deputy city manager and human resource, the finance director, the human resource and risk management. She has her salary already. So the operations manager, who is that gonna be?
That will be Carlos Mongal.
Who is that?
So,
Did you just make that up, or is that a real name? Carlos Mando,
yes.
who is he? Did you already hire that person?
It's an interviewing process, and it's by panel, but that's the person of interest.
And do you have a salary for both these positions?
For which positions?
The deputy city manager and operations manager.
So, for deputy city manager, $91,000.
$91,000 a year.
Assistant Director, Community Development, $58,000.
Where's that at?
Operations Manager, $70,000. Risk Manager, $60,000. And then the 14 employees.
So the deputy city manager, that was already approved, I think, from previous already, the 91. Am I correct?
That
When she was
position did exist, and it's a revisit for
But
that
the salary is
position.
still the same. But I
Yes.
think, yeah, so the salary didn't change.
So basically, what I'm doing is I'm replacing or putting in place Miss Adams where Miss Washington was at, and allowing her to be the assistant under community development.
So Ms. Washington would be at what, 58? That's that position?
Yes.
And risk management would be at 60?
Yes. Well, she's at 55, so sorry. But the range
But
goes
it's
up to
going-
60, so it's 55.
Okay, so,
The HR.
the old position, the community and economic development, what was that salary prior?
Sorry.
What was the salary of the community and economic development prior,
85.
Assistant Director.
prior to Ms. Washington being hired? What was the salary?
That's a good question.
Well, I can answer that. if I-
Yeah, you could answer, because that was you. So what was your salary?
No, I got Thompson, I should hire that person at that rate, but go ahead.
Miss Boulay,
Yeah, it's Ms.
Boulay.
the one,
Ms.
the
Boulay
the
before,
one that,
yeah.
Mr. Thompson had.
But
No, prior to her.
Oh, prior
So
to-
when I
okay.
was, so I made, right before, my exit, it was at 58. Before the exit, at 58, I was at 54.
You got a decrease in salary?
Well, so I was at 50, I went to 54 right before, the city manager left. And then I went to 58 when Mr. Lucas came, and that's it. So the whole time I was Community Economic Development Director, I was at 50.
Last time it was 58. The last time was 58?
Right before I was exited.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
And so I've been kind of making sure I come in at a time not to interrupt the flow, but I want to just point out something that you all want to be mindful of. And I think it probably would be good just to read it so that you know. There's a section 2-101 in your Code of Ordinances, and it reads the city manager, and it tells you basically two things, and I'm pointing it out for that reason. The city manager is the person who oversees the departments and all of that, but then the other thing that you should be aware of is that you have to approve the reorganization of what he's talking about right now. It has to be approved by you, so you may want to either take a vote first on the reorganization, and then, go back to dealing with what you're going to do on the budget. So let me just read it. The city manager shall serve as the head of the executive department and shall oversee the operation of all other departments of the city. All matters of the city operation shall come under the jurisdiction of the city manager and the executive department. All department heads within the city shall be responsible for the managerial duties and operation of their respective departments and shall answer to the city manager. The city manager may, with commission approval, reorganize the administration, operation, and supervision of the departments. And so that's one of the things that he is suggesting right now. So you all have to, it has to be done with your approval. So that's the point I'm making.
Thank you.
Okay.
At this time, could we receive a motion and a second, if necessary, for the restructuring of our organization chart that has been presented by the city manager?
Well, Mayor Ballard, I move to accept resolution 2022-14.
No, the organizational chart.
The organization chart here.
Okay.
This one here. Yeah.
Okay, so,
Yeah, but that's almost like an add-on there.
yeah, so.
Yeah, okay.
I
I'll
move to
second.
accept the
Oh, sorry.
restructuring organization.
Okay, it's been moved by Commissioner Bolden and properly second by Vice Mayor Mervin that we accept the recommendation of the reorganization chart that the city manager is proposing. Call for questions.
Mayor, honestly, this is nothing new to what other cities doesn't have in place. You call us, they have operation managers, so there's nothing new in cities. Pahokee might haven't had it, but if it's gonna help move the city forward and help bring in employees that with the experience to, you do need an operation to help, answer, like if someone called Public Works for this, you have an operation manager, he has the staff who he delegates where things go. It's nothing new that cities that, that don't go, so that's my.
Any additional questions?
I just want to make sure that, for one thing, that we could have somebody answer the phone when you call City Hall. Because you call City Hall and you could ring every department and nobody
That's
gets it.
true.
Unless HR picks it up and, nobody picks it up. So we need to have a receptionist, somebody that could properly answer the phone and properly delegate or pass through the call where it needs to go.
Yes, ma'am. And for the record, for all out there, May 12th, we'll be participating in a job fair over at the gymnasium, and we'll have a table there, and I look forward to hiring people from Pahokee.
And also, is there a way that we could, when we have the commission meetings, if we could have a report from the head of the different
Departments.
departments?
Yeah, we did that before, we just really, I agree with, you need to redo that and reintroduce that, but I don't think we need probably each department to have them rotated so they won't all be having to take time off.
Well, I'm
of their
sure
work.
some of them might have, things to report, some might not, let's just report on how they're doing, operational wise. If they need anything, if they're lacking anything, if they have anything going on. You know, it's nice to know, not only for us, but the community as well.
Yeah.
They know what everybody's doing.
In additional questions on the motion as far as the reorganization chart is concerned? Hearing none, are you ready for a vote? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Bowden?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Murphy?
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Yes.
Commissioner Perez?
Yes.
Mayor Bab?
Yes. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Commissioners. Motion passed by unanimous vote. Now we're going back to Resolution 2022-14. In additional questions, this have been moved and second. Now we asking for any questions in reference to this resolution.
Okay, so I added the numbers of the new positions, and according to my calculations, it's 279,000. It leaves a balance of 24,387. Is that what it's gonna take to increase the salary?
Excuse me, if I may interrupt, City Clerk said it had not been moved or second.
Oh, it hasn't? Okay. We'll entertain a motion for the movement of Resolution 2022-14, then we ask for questions.
Mayor, I move that we will set Resolution 2022-14 with the amended, with the, come back with the line items of a breakdown of the total amount for each department that has listed.
It has been moved by Vice Mayor Mervin and properly second by Commissioner Gonzalez for the adoption of Resolution 2022-14. Call for questions.
Yeah, that's my question.
Okay.
All the new positions are add up to 279, and it leaves 24,387 for the employees. And also, if I understand correctly, the ARPA funds are gonna be
Oh,
added. Is that what we're adding?
yes.
We're increasing the budget by that money? But I thought that money could only be used for,
Well, we're not,
It's just going in the
That's
budget.
just
So-
part of that total,
Yeah,
that
we're going in the
1.5
budget, not
million.
used.
I'm glad you mentioned that. So the ARPA. Now, we did a drawdown in December 23rd of 2021, where we did reimbursements to the employees in the tune of $17,224. We received, and we're receiving today, $1,581,441. That's what's in the account right now, because we haven't reimbursed out. Now, you asked a question about the breakdown of those dollars. I have to defer to either Ms. Adams or to the mayor on what you guys did with ARP, because I wasn't here.
That was,
well, let me see if I understand. We're increasing the budget by $1 million, where's that at?
800.
$1,581,441 even.
Well, here it says $1,884,832.
Yeah, 1,884,832.
832.
Well, that's probably the amount of the check, but in the account, yeah, what's the difference? Let's see here.
Oh, that's the,
Man, the
that's why.
difference looks like $4.
No, if you look at it, the 1.581 is your opera fund. Then your 303 is your, increase of your general fund, which that makes the total of the 1.8 million.
Yeah.
Okay, but out of that 1,884,000 is my question. You're gonna add that to it, and then out of that, you're gonna take out the deputy city manager, the 10,000 or 50 at the end of the 5 months for the human and human resource and finance director, and
Commissioner,
then the 70 for the manager.
If I may chime in, don't mix the two. So the ARP money,
It's separate.
we're accepting that in, and we got to decide how it's going to be spent, because it's going to be in a separate account. It has nothing to do
With your
with
general
what you're
fund.
saying.
That's where I'm confused.
Well, the money that's going to be used for that is right there in the third paragraph for the 303,387. That's where you just did your math, and you said that we have a balance of 24,387. So don't, if you will, don't mix that. Just
Okay,
let's
the ARPA
accept.
money is not considered, so where are we getting the 1.8 or the 1.5?
Okay, so that's where, beginning of the year, when you do a budget amendment, you go back to, what was that budget? Now you're adding this money, and the difference is that 1.8 million, and we're going to, for the budget for the year of the fiscal year 2021-2022 to 9,130,944. So that's our new budget amount for the year, and the difference is the 1.8 million. That's all. It was just telling you for house cleaning purposes, here's what's going on.
Okay, so that I could understand, that is what your budget, what you're projecting that you're gonna spend for the year of 21-22. So do you have what you're projecting that you're gonna receive? Is that gonna offset, like?
Well, that's what we gonna accept as a unit, as a commission, as a team, this money. And some of the things we gotta look forward to is when we have our retreat coming up and our board development, where we prioritize how that money gonna be spent. So it's still in question of how you wanna go through, spend it, how you wanna prioritize it. Strategic planning, that's gonna be our next step. So we're gonna dig into your numbers, and you're gonna see how this plays out, because I know you're quick with math, so.
That's where your ARPA committee also gonna come in at, on where you're gonna do. The 1.5 is a separate thing, that's just your ARPA money. Your other general fund, your salaries that you're saying, that's your 303. That's what those salaries coming out to 303. But you have to put the money into the budget, so you have to amend the budget. So they amended it by the 1.8, which includes both of those totals.
Including the ARPA money.
Including the ARPA money, exactly.
That's
Yes.
where I'm going.
Yes.
You're telling me that don't get that included because that's separate.
No, yeah, that 1.8 is including, is a separate,
I can
yeah.
assure you, I saw it, it's in a separate
And it can
account.
only get used by what, but they pay
And
for it to be used.
everything that's gonna be expended out of the ARPA money is gonna be accountable, and it's gonna come out of that same fund.
You guys
And
gonna
it's
tell
only
me what to
account
do.
for that.
You guys
Yes.
gonna tell us, the bureaucrats, how to spend that money.
And there's a
'Cause we're
report that
bringing
has
it
to go to
you
the state on
vote
that
it.
also, so.
There's a report that is due to the state regarding the ARPA this week, April 30th. So I need to send that report on the 29th.
But in that report, do you have to tell them how you're spending it?
We have to give them an idea because we have not done the report at all. We have not done anything with our money.
But the
I'll be-
bonuses.
We already know how we're gonna spend it, because if you're gonna give
We
them
know
an
we need
idea.
infrastructure, we need equipment, so we do have a list of what priorities are.
I'll look through everything, and today's Tuesday, so by Thursday, I'll get something out that you guys can look through, and then I'll just call you and poll you, and you tell me direction so that we can complete the report, bring it back. do a workshop, and we all get included in on it.
Yep.
Okay. Any additional questions? Hearing none, are you ready for a vote? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Vice Mayor Mervin,
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez,
Yes.
Commissioner Bowman,
Yes.
Commissioner Perez,
Yes.
Mayor Bab.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Commissioners. Motion passed by unanimous vote. Now we move to other agenda items. We have a presentation under A by Interim Mark, City Manager.
Yes, I have Robert Concord with Infomart Management Services. Sorry for the delay, sir, but we appreciate hearing your presentation on public-private partnerships. This is going to be critical for us as we move forward, the dynamics of relationships. So I'm glad that Mr. Concord took time out of his busy day to come down here from Jacksonville. So thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, and residents. I know it's kind of been a long night already, so I want to be brief. The presentations, I believe, were handed out to the commission. So let me just go through this briefly. First of all, Intermark is a company that has been providing municipal services in Florida and throughout the United States for almost 35 years. The company was designed to provide municipal services, and we provide a wide range, whatever the clients need. It's done as a contract, and that's one of the important things on slide 1 that we think we bring to the table, and that we think it helps the municipalities in terms of providing service to the residents, because at the end of the day, that's really what it's about. The private partnership model has been used in Florida. It was actually copied in Georgia years ago because of the success of the model. And what the model does basically is it takes a different approach to providing services to cities as opposed to the traditional model where the city hires its employees, the city employees provide the service. Under the private partnership model, there's a scope of service that the contractor is engaged to provide. They provide the employees. Those employees are private sector employees, and they provide the services to the residents. And I just want to go over quickly some of the advantages of that. First of all, again, we're operating under a scope of service. It's not just hiring X number of employees to provide a service, but there's a specific scope of services that is put forth in the contract. And it's up to the contractor, the vendor, to provide those services, whatever they might be, whether it's maintenance, public works, finance, whatever it might be. The contractor is responsible for providing those services. And what that allows the cities to do on page 3 is that gives the municipal clients more control, because of instead of trying to provide services through X number of employees, you have a single contract, a single point, and if there's a part of the services that aren't being provided correctly, then you focus on just one individual, and that's the contractor. You don't have to deal with individual employees. And the other advantage is, in the scope of service, you have specific milestones that are to be met. You have specific criteria that are to be met. If they're not being met, then you can enforce that through the contract, as opposed to trying to get individual employees to improve their performance. And that's why the model has been successful. Moving over to page 4. The milestones in the contract have been very well received by our clients, because you have specific time frames. You even have units of measure that we use in there to measure the actual performance that is being provided to the residents. And so it's a really different approach as opposed to just hiring people to do a service. And that's really what distinguishes this model. Also, we found over the years there's a reduction in costs to the cities normally, because depending on how many employees are covered under the contract, you have a reduction in HR costs as well as legal costs, because the employees that the contractor provides are contract employees. So the city is not responsible for their actions from a liability standpoint, and they don't have to get involved in HR issues or HR lawsuits. That's all up to the contractor. And one of the big advantages that we found over the years is a reduction in liability to the cities, because as you know, your employees subject to the cities, every city has the same situation. If employees make mistakes or create problems, that can create legal problems and financial liabilities for the city. If you have a contract with, as an example, Interim, that's up to us to cover those. We have specific insurance we provide to the cities that cover those types of things, and they're our employees. They're not the city's employees. And then finally, on page 5, there's flexibility in terms of the service we provide. It's not a cookie cutter approach. We provide whatever the city might need. We've had some cities that wanted all the services, including city manager. We've had, most of our cities will have a city manager, maybe a clerk, certainly an attorney that are employees of the city. Everybody else would be a contract employee. So it depends on the needs of the city, and that's where we come into play in terms of flexibility. We give you the ultimate flexibility in how you want to see this thing organized, as opposed to just saying, here's how it is. Also, there's, with a private sector company like Interim, we have 4 right now current, former, and city managers. I spent 25 years as a city county manager. So we bring expertise to your issues that you're not going to get with just a number of employees. So you really have a conglomerate of expertise that can be provided depending on what the needs are, again, of the city, whatever those needs might be. And finally, Interim was founded to provide municipal services. We're not a staffing agency. We don't go out and provide people. We provide a service because the company was formed and provides municipal services. That's our focus, and it all comes down to the service we provide to the residents. Because if the service isn't meeting the expectations of the commission or the residents, then we're going to fail. And we set out to always succeed. We have over the years. We've had contracts as long as 20 years for municipalities. We've taken municipalities and we have helped them organize and incorporate as cities. City of Weston was one, City of Sandy Springs in Georgia was one. And we provided city services for many years. And again, depending on what they need, things evolved over time. And so that flexibility gives the city commission a lot of pluses as opposed to just X number of employees. It works or it doesn't. So with that, I'll just ask if there's any questions.
Yes, I have a question because I'm kind of confused. You provide services to the municipalities, and you spoke about employees and stuff like that, but you're not a staffing, so how does that work?
We have our own employees that provide the service. The difference is, the reason I was making that distinction, because some people will say, well, we can give you, like a temp agency, we can give you 5 employees to do whatever. But that company is just giving you people. There's no expertise or infrastructure behind it. And as an example, we invested $1.5 million to create a customized software program for our city and special district clients. Because that is our business. We don't just provide people, that's our business. So that means, for example, with our software, you can have your financials shown several different ways. That gives you different options as a commission, as a client of ours. Here's how your financials can be shown. Other cities, sometimes they want to keep their own software, which is fine. So again, there's a lot of flexibility there. So it's not just a matter of us providing individuals, it's the expertise and the infrastructure that we bring. That's the difference.
So how would that work?
Well, for example, though, I'll just give you an example of what we've done in other cities. What we've done is we get a scope of service, and that scope of service covers, say, 8 different service areas. In the past, it's been, for one city, a large city in Georgia, we were required to do financial services. That was all the services they had for the city. And this city was well in excess of $300 million a year on their budget. We provided their financial services, that's accounting, accounts payable, accounts receivable. We also did all of their budgets. We assisted in the audits. We also provided city clerk services, and we provided admin support for the rest of the team, the manager and the others. And that was one contract that we had. And we had, I think, we had 22 full-time equivalent positions that we provided to perform that service. So that's one example of a contract that we've had.
So in a case, like if the city was to hire you, they will tell you what it is that they expect.
Yes, the scope of service, that's correct.
Right.
Right, and then it's up to us to make that happen. And if it takes 10 people, that's our issue to resolve, or it could be 8. It just depends. And that's where the flexibility comes in. Because it's not, you're not hiring X number of people.
You're hiring a service.
You're hiring a service, and the service has specific milestones and performance criteria that have to be met, as opposed to saying, well, we need, in the city, we need, 30 employees. Okay, what does 30 employees get you? I don't know. So that's why our approach, we think, has been advantageous to our clients. And again, the other key is it's flexible. If needs change, we can change.
So if we needed, say, for example, we didn't have Public Works, and we needed that service of Public Works, where you can contract Public Works out to Infomart, and y'all provide the Public Works services in the city of Pahokee.
That's correct, yeah. And what you would do is, we would outline the scope of service. What do you want in Public Works? You know, is it to pick up trash off the streets? Is it to clear the drains, for example? Is it to do signage? Is it lights? So depending on what it is you need, that's what you put in the scope of service. And then, once the contract's agreed to, it's up to us to provide that service.
With your employees?
Yes, with our employees, that's correct. And that's where we believe the savings comes into the city, because there are employees again. So the liability is on us as a private sector contractor for our employees, whatever they do or don't do. That's up to us. Plus, we handle all the HR issues and any legal issues as a result of their employment and their service is covered under insurance that we provide.
Excuse me, could you give me an example of your records management functions?
Yes, records management, we have, well, for example, I'll give you one example. One of the newest cities in Florida, the city of Westlake, we provide all of their services for the city of Westlake. The city of Westlake was actually created out of a special district that we manage, Seminole Improvement District. And the city was formed, we helped to get it set up, and we provide, in this case, we do provide a city manager, and for records management, we have a city clerk who's certified, and we have an assistant city clerk, and they provide the whole range of service, whatever is needed. They do agendas, they do public records requests, they do the meetings, they do the meeting minutes. All those services are provided by our employees.
Do y'all do any CRAs?
We haven't done those. You're talking about, no, we haven't done those specifically, but we just acquired another company that has expanded the service of municipal offerings that we offer. And so that is one of the items we're looking at right now.
What's a CRA?
Community Redevelopment Agency. They're almost like a separate entity, but they help move the city forward for development of the city. Maybe even completing a downtown development.
Right, and for example, we've got 4 different managers on our team that have had experience with it. So that's where the expertise comes in.
What about annexation?
Yes, we've got experience in annexation with our teams, yes.
Any cemetery you run?
Well, I did. When I was a manager, we had cemeteries we managed. I mean, it was always good, though.
Yeah.
No, but I'm asking, that's something you would be able to do?
They go for
Operate
like
and run a
couple of words.
cemetery?
Yes, if that's a
staffing?
service that we outline in a specific scope of
Right.
service, then that's something we would certainly consider, yes. That's why I said that there's a lot of flexibility with the private sector approach, because it's not just, I need employees, I need a service.
I need a service.
What service do you need? And that's where you come in as the executive body. You decide, I need this service. And then you hire us to come in and provide that service.
Remember too, we got a campground, we got a marina. I mean, there's some possibilities out there that we certainly could look and get, make a proposal or some type of agreement with. So I've spoken with him a little earlier, so I've kind of asked a few questions ahead of time.
Any other questions?
So, but it sounds good, but with this, doing this, it was like almost like get rid of local jobs for residents, you know, because you're contracting out, so it's almost like we're not gonna have, local, people to apply to work. It's almost like we're getting rid of,
Well, no, because if, for example, when we come into a city, for example, if we were to work out something here, we would want to hire local individuals. We don't bring people from Montana to come here and work. We want to hire local individuals. So we would look for people that are local, or we'd look, for example, if we took over, let's just say Public Works, we would want to look at your current staff and look at them to hire them, as long as they're performing well. Then that's what we want to do. There's no advantage to bringing people in from outside that don't know the community and don't live here. Because,
Do any training?
well, and that's a great question. That's what separates us as opposed to a staffing agency, because we're a national company. We do business in 30 different states. The biggest part of our company actually is a water and sewer provider. We're on the other side where we provide the operations part. And we have our own safety team. The safety team that we have goes to all of our projects and makes sure that our team is performing safely and how they do it. There's ongoing training for every employee every month. You've got to go through safety training and different types of training. You've got to complete it every single month. We also have our own HR department where we have HR professionals. So we screen our employees. You have to pass a drug screen before you're hired by us, and you can do a background check. There's annual performance reviews, there's bonuses, we have a full slate of benefits because we're a national company. We have health care, long-term and short-term disability, 401k plan, we've got sick leave, annual leave, plus we've got other types of programs that other companies don't offer because of the size of our company. Because we understand that if you don't have first of all, find good employees. That's why you need a good HR department. You got to find them, but then you got to keep them. And if you don't keep good employees, your service is not going to be good, because your employees are providing the service. You can't have just a few good managers, but no good employees. So it's the management's job to find the employees and then make sure they're getting the job done and encouraging them to do the right thing in their work. And it's been successful for us.
I think that it sounds good. It would sound better if you had a spot here and we'll train whatever department that we need, train them, train the locals so that they could, do a better performance. And also, they get all this training and certification. I mean, whether it's through you or the city, but local employees, local residents, to provide the type of whether it's Public Works or, different positions that we have, because that's one of the things. This is a small city, it's hard to find qualified individuals, Our salaries are not, you know, anything to brag about because we're a small community. But I think, you know, training is the key word. That's what
Training
will
and safety.
benefit.
Training
Yeah.
and safety go together.
And then,
Because
yeah.
if you have people that aren't working safely, they're gonna get hurt. They're gonna have workers' comp
Liability on the
claims.
city.
It's gonna be a nightmare. And that's why we have a dedicated safety team that works in all 30 states, because it costs money when people get hurt. And you wanna make sure they're working safely. And there's been times where we've terminated people because they weren't working safely. And that's an important issue, because again, it costs us money, it costs you money as a city. So, we understand.
Do they do garbage pickup too?
We have in some other places, yes. That's what I said. Again, it depends on what services the city we're working in needs.
Okay.
Any other questions?
No.
Okay, I appreciate your time. Thanks.
We thank you
Thanks
for your
making
time.
the
Thank you very
presentation.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
For the record, that is my former boss.
Thank you again.
Thank you now.
Thank you.
I still got so much on this.
Okay, our
today.
next item on our agenda is the recognition of cities, well, we've done that, 100th anniversary. That was early, we moved up.
Mental health awareness.
Number C, May 2022 Mental Health Month Awareness. We have a proclamation, city attorney.
Proclamation.
And do we have anyone to accept that proclamation?
Ms.
And-
Ifield.
Okay, thank you.
She wear a lot of hats.
You don't have it?
No, I don't.
You have it? Yeah, I should have.
The mayor has some.
I'm good. How you doing?
Is it just
It's
one?
gonna be two,
Okay.
so two separate.
Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, we have a proclamation pertaining to Financial Literacy Month. Whereas in March 2004, the Senate passed Resolution 316 that officially recognized April as National Financial Literacy Month, and whereas National Financial Literacy Month is dedicated to improving financial literacy in an effort to ensure that all Americans have access to trustworthy financial services and products. And whereas financial literacy can help families establish and maintain healthy financial habits to improve their quality of life, and whereas 2022 is the City of Pahokee's first year participating in Money Smart Week, created as a public awareness campaign designed to help residents and other consumers better manage their personal finances through the collaboration and coordinated efforts across the city. And whereas the City of Pahokee encourages state agencies, public and private institutions, regional agencies, and community organizations to provide instruction, activities, and initiatives that contribute to developing and enhancing financial literacy, knowledge, and skills to ensure economic success. And whereas when Pahokee citizens increase their personal finance knowledge and skills, the financial well-being of the individual and the city will improve. And whereas national research continues to highlight points of concern for how Americans manage personal debt, retirement savings, and daily budgetary challenges. And whereas the designation of the Financial Literacy Month helps raise public awareness about the importance of financial education in Pahokee. And whereas the Financial Literacy Month, the City of Pahokee will host a financial seminar titled Money Smart Week throughout various locations of the city, where Pahokee citizens will learn how to budget, increase their cash flow, about investments, and planning for their future. Now, therefore, I, Keith W. Babb, Jr., Mayor of the City of Pahokee, and on behalf of the City Commission, do hereby proclaim April 2022 as Financial Literacy Month, done this 26th day of April 2022. That is one proclamation.
Let's
and
go ahead and move that one, if I can get a motion and a second for the approval of that proclamation.
Mayor, I move that we will set the proclamation for the Financial Literacy Month.
It was moved by Vice Mayor Mervin and properly seconded by Commissioner Gonzalez for the movement of the proclamation to recognize Financial Literacy Month. Call for question. Hearing none. Are you ready for a vote? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Vice Mayor Mervin,
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez,
Yes.
Commissioner Perez,
Yes.
Commissioner Bolden,
Yes.
Mayor Bab.
Yes. Motion passed by unanimous vote. Do we have anyone here to accept the Financial Literacy Proclamation? You'll be accepting on the city of Pahokee behalf or some other agency? Okay. Give me great honor as mayor of the city of Pahokee to present you and your organization with this proclamation.
Thank you, sir.
Now we'll have the city attorney read the second proclamation.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, proclamation declaring May 2022 Mental Health Awareness and Trauma-Informed Care Month in the city of Pahokee. Whereas mental health is essential to everyone's overall health and well-being, and whereas everyone experiences times of stress and struggles in their lives, and whereas 1 of 4 adults and 1 of 5 youth ages 13 through 18 experience serious mental health illness, and whereas COVID-19 the pandemic has heightened the need and access for mental health services for Glades residents, and whereas 60% of adults and 50% of youth do not receive the treatment necessary for their mental health needs due to limited or no knowledge of the need, barriers to care, or fear and shame, and whereas research recognizes that the adverse childhood experiences, which include but are not limited to physical, emotional, and sexual abuse, physical and emotional neglect, household dysfunction, untreated mental illness or incarceration of a household member, domestic violence and separation of divorce involving household members, and traumatic experiences that can have a profound effect on a child's development, brain, and body, and can result in poor physical and mental health during childhood and adulthood. And whereas communities understanding and available supports and services can greatly impact a person's ability to handle their stress and struggle and move forward. And whereas promoting mental health and wellness leads to higher overall productivity, better educational outcomes, lower crime rates, stronger economies, lower healthcare costs, improved family life, improved quality of life, and increased lifespan. And whereas studies show that the effects of ACEs are felt by people regardless of race, ethnicity, religion, gender, sexual orientation, or socioeconomic status. And whereas each business, school, government agency, healthcare provider, faith-based organization, nonprofit agency, and citizen shares accountability for the community's mental health needs and has a responsibility to promote mental wellness and support prevention efforts. And whereas the city of Pahokee recognizes the impact of awareness and education, access to services, and acceptance of the importance of mental health and well-being to a person's overall success, and supports the implementation of trauma-informed approaches throughout the system of care. I, therefore, I, Keith W. Babb, Jr., Mayor of the City of Pahokee, by virtue of the authority vested in me, do hereby proclaim May 2022 as Mental Health Awareness and Trauma-Informed Care Month, done this 26th day of April 2022.
Can I receive a motion to accept the proclamation on Mental Health Month?
Mayor, I move that we will accept proclamation declaring May 2022 Mental Health Awareness and Trauma-Informed Care Month in the city of Pahokee.
Second.
It has been moved by Vice Mayor Mervin and properly seconded by Commissioner Gonzalez for the adoption of the proclamation recognizing mental health and trauma-informed care month. Call for questions.
I have a question. When we do these proclamations, like this is like mental health awareness and trauma-informed care. I mean, I know we do the proclamation, what do we do? I mean, it's, the month is what activities, what knowledge, what are we bringing as a city? What are we bringing to the community as far as that awareness?
Yeah.
What education? What are we bringing other than the health department?
Yeah, the
Us, what are
organization
we doing?
normally, various organizations normally request certain proclamations that just help promote their services that they provide to the community. And even here, she would give a brief presentation to kind of give an overview of the service they provide and how it relates to our needs in our community. Because once you address mental health, you really help heal your community to prosper and move forward. So it's just a combination. So some of them is by request of different organizations. Some we just observe because it's their month to bring awareness to those particular areas of needs and concerns.
I just know that other cities sometimes, you know, if it's, they declare a month for something, they partake, they bring education, they, fairs, you know.
And that's something we can probably need to start doing, trying
The
to,
mental health,
you know,
screening,
add
this,
more
that,
to
you
it
know.
to move it forward, yes.
Well, good evening, everyone. To answer Commissioner Perez's question, the proclamation is more than just the proclamation. For the past 2 years, we have done activities, actually here in the city of Pahokee. We did our self-care retreat in your gym last year, where I know Regina Bowler also came and participated along with other members of the community. This year, we're going to be doing a couple of things. One, we're going to be doing a healthy communities panel discussion. We're going to be addressing issues about ways that we can get our communities to be healthy, addressing issues around housing, economics, environment, social emotional relationships. So that's one event that we're going to be doing on May 31st. We're also going to be doing a mental health mixer, recognizing and reaching out to all the mental health providers that are here in the Glades serving our kids and our residents in the community. And then we're also going to be doing a understanding trauma virtual discussion that's going to be held May 5th via Zoom, and I can send the city clerk the link and give you that information as well. And then we're going to be hosting an event on May 17th called What's Your Story? Community Showcase. We had a group of residents that have been working with Healthier Glades to capture stories from Pahokee residents about their experience of what is life like being a resident in Pahokee. And so we're going to be showcasing those stories at First United Methodist Church on May 17th from 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. And this is just to get a chance for the community to come, read the stories, get a chance to see about what your residents are saying and thinking about how they feel about being a resident in the community, and then use those stories as a way to bring about change or bring about some actionable items that I can bring back to you guys based on what the residents is telling us. So for us, I would say, I can't speak for everybody else, but usually what's happening, the proclamations are being held. I just received one in South Bay last week. I'm receiving this one today, and I'm receiving one in Belglade on May 16th. For the past 2 years, I made sure all the cities did a proclamation recognizing Mental Health Awareness Month. So I hope that answered your question, Commissioner.
Yeah, I know that you do that. I was just saying, us as the city, you know, how do we get involved either with you or on our own to you know, to educate.
Join the days, come to the
So we'll be fine. So we'll be fine.
Screenings and, you know, different things like that.
I can't speak for nobody else. I can speak for me. I tried to make sure that all the commissions know what Healthier Glades is doing to try to invite you guys to come out and support our efforts. So what I'll do is, once we finalize our dates, and well, the dates are finalized, but once we finalize the locations and stuff, I will be sending those flyers to the city clerk, who will be sharing those with you guys.
Some of the proclamation does ask the cities to do certain things in honor or in recognition of these types of events. Some does do that. So, on behalf of the city commission, it's given great honor to present this proclamation to the organization in recognition of mental health awareness. We know you do a lot in the community, and you help a lot of residents that need and have mental health issues. So again, it's an honor to present this to you.
Thank you.
Very good. All right, it's 9:30.
Next item on the agenda is a supplement for FDOT, the Barfield Highway Agreement.
Oh, I forgot about that one.
We have received the actual agreement, the supplement to the agreement, and we'll have the city attorney, if anything in there you need to just point out or.
Well, this was, I think Ms. Adams would probably be
Okay.
better. This was just received by me, so she
Okay.
will have better information.
This supplemental agreement is from FDOT, and it is for Barfield Highway. It's an extension so that we may be able to continue construction for NCEI services until the month of June 30th, 2023. And so that includes some design changes that need to occur, but also with the engineering schedule and the construction schedule, so that it'll allow for the extension.
Okay, but it also means that project is being moved back a little. It's being completed a little later than what it was anticipated earlier.
Yes, the date would have been for, the deadline to complete this project would have been June 30th of this year.
And if I can add, Mr. Mayor, this is their standard form, so you're not going to have any, the FDOT is not going to allow you to change anything, and it's a pretty standard form. It's just a 2-page document, so.
Okay.
Can I ask a question now?
Yes.
Okay, so you're saying that this is because we're making changes?
We're not making changes, but there are things that have to be adjusted, and so this allows for adjustments, whether it's design, like I told you a couple of weeks ago with the AT&T lines, the fabrication, those things, this allows for those times. As you know, material has been difficult to get, whether it's concrete for any and everyone. So that allows for any of those lapses that we may have had, so that we may be able to move forward and proceed.
But the work is gonna continue?
Yes, ma'am, work is still continuing, yes, it just allowing for more time so that we can get our project completely done accurately, so that sidewalk, drains, all those things that are in the original design and have been done will be completed to the full as expected.
All right, entertain a motion for the approval of the supplemental agreement.
I could put the motion, I'd like to put the motion to supplement the agreement for FDOT and to continue, look at where is that, but to 2024, right?
2023.
2023.
Yeah.
I second.
It has been moved by Commissioner Perez and properly seconded by Commissioner Bolden that we approve the supplemental agreement for Barfield Highway. Call for questions. Hearing none, are you ready for a vote? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Sorry, Commissioner Perez,
Yes.
Commissioner Bolden,
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mervin,
Yes.
Mayor Bab.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Commissioners. Motion passed by unanimous vote.
Summarize your report.
Now we'll move to the mayor's report. I'm trying to be really brief. The American Rescue Plan, ARPA, I was hoping that we were able to select our board, advisory board. However, we still don't have quite enough applicants. At no later than our next meeting, whoever we have, we probably need to solicit additional application. If you have people that you have in mind that you're planning on appointing, make sure they go ahead and fill out an application, even if you have to take it to them and get it back to the clerk. That's something we want to try to expedite as soon as we can. In the meantime, I would think that staff need to go ahead and at least submit the plan, outline of how we are going to be spending the money. It can be amended at some point, but you don't want to hold that up because it's really due, I think, at the end of this month. I don't know if we need a workshop, or you can call and give some suggestion of what need to be or should need to be included in that plan. For instance, my recommendation is to have some allocation for small businesses and local nonprofit organizations that serve in the community and meeting a need. That's just one example. Infrastructure. I mean, we didn't get any funding at our last legislation session. We do receive about $210,000 a year, but that don't go very far. These major potholes that we have in our roads need to be addressed. So maybe that's one area that we can do. The third is not American Rescue Act, but this one would be like law enforcement. If we pay our law enforcement out of the American Rescue Act fund, that'll free up the general fund funding to do some other things. And one of the things that I hope that we consider is doing something similar to what Belgrade did, housing repair and improvement, especially for our seniors, but for anybody to receive a small grant if they need assistance with their roofing or other structural problems in there. You'll be surprised the number of people that are being cited about pressure cleaning their homes and painting them. That may be an area we can look at, but you want to get things that could really benefit not only the residents, but the community at large too, and that would be something that I think would meet the need.
The pressure cleaning and painting, that
No, what that is, yeah, what that would do though, it wouldn't come on the ARPA, but the money that we say provided to our law enforcement for their funding, now you got money in your general fund, so you can do things with that. It's just like a trade-off for what I'm saying. And that's how they was able to fund their housing project without all the major stipulations and rules attached to the ARPA itself. That's just some of the suggestion that we can look at.
But, yeah, but what I was gonna tell you with that is that, you have, I mean, there's a program from Solid Waste that, you know, provides not only the paint, but if you're unable to paint, you know, because I'm part of that program, if you're unable to paint, there's an application, you fill it out, you send them, and they send one other person to evaluate it, see the size and all those sort of things, and make sure that at least one other person or family member or whatever, you know, it's volunteers.
Right.
So it's basically volunteer work.
So that particular one that with the painting, maybe the pressure washing, that may be something we don't have to include.
Yeah.
But something else as far as home
Now,
repair.
repairs,
Okay. Also, several of us attended a celebration for Marsha Andrews Friday at the Belglade Marina. That was in honor of her work in education in the Glades in the county. And also she's running for re-election. We're not telling people who to vote for, but we know that she does a lot for our Glades community, so I just wanted to share that. We're also about 2 weeks away from our next Centennial event on the Marina, which is
Cinco de Mayo.
that's on May 7th at 10 o'clock from 10 to 5. Also, I don't know if most of y'all may know, we're having a Muck City Hall of Fame that's recognizing many of our successful athletes and other notable residents is being recognized. That's at the Dollar Hand Cultural Arts Center on June the 5th. That's a Sunday. And that event starts at 7 o'clock.
will we please get, something in the email so we don't forget?
Okay, we'll get some notice. And the city has or will be purchasing a table too, so commissioners and some of our staff will be able, I believe, to attend. I just want to thank our staff, Public Works, and really all our staff and volunteers for coming out Saturday, April the 23rd, and participating in the Great American Cleanup. That was a great event. I know it was a short notice, but it was a decent turnout. And I'm surprised I didn't get a lot of criticism on Facebook because I went home and had some trees cut down and cleaned up too. And that was able to be part of that both in the community and at home. Also would like to encourage the City Commission, and I just mentioned that we consider doing home repairs for some of that ARPA money or freeing up money to do home repairs if we can. Also, the Delta Sigma Theta sorority is proudly presenting a Boys and Girls Forum at the Pahokee Miller High School on Thursday, May the 5th. Presenters would be Anquan Bolden, Dr. Robert Reese, Tyrone Arnett, Linda Ursay, Melinda Bolden Morris,
At the high school?
Terry
You said that
Moore,
high school, right? High school?
Pahokee High School, the 3 mayors from the Glades cities, and hopefully that'll be a great forum for these young students. They're gonna probably have some tough questions. There's several topics that are gonna be discussed. Also, the City of Pahokee, the city manager mentioned it earlier, is hosting a job fair on Thursday, March 12th at the Pahokee Recreation Center from
May 12th.
12.
May 12th.
I'm sorry, May 12th. Need my glasses on.
May
Also,
12 what time?
from 12 to 4 p.m. Also, there have been some discussion with at least 2 developers for building a hotel in Pahokee. Early stages of the discussion. They're going to be bringing forth a proposal which the commission will consider. Hopefully, 1 or 2 of these developers will move forward with the hotel. And the site that we're currently looking at is the old City Hall site. Both Mr. Lucas and Deputy City Manager Adams have spoken briefly with the developer also. So we're just waiting and hoping that we can receive some type of proposal that we can consider a hotel in the future in Pahokee. Also, we're looking at partnering a private-public partnership with a developer to renovate the old high school into a city hall complex. They're looking at helping the city require grants and the funding to be able to do that. Again, that's just early stages, but I just want to share that with you.
That could be one of the bonuses that they could bring for building the hotel and the private. Is that gonna be a private-public partnership?
The renovation of the actual city hall would be, because that's a historic building, this person has some background in renovating historic building and seeking funding, so that part of it would be the public-private partnership. If we agree with the concept of that, it's just a possibility that they're looking for some type of agreement that they can help the city in getting that accomplished. Also, I know in our surtax, we have proposed a total of 4 entryway signs. I'm just asking, we do have a new city manager on board, that we look at doing the second sign. We got a total of 4. We have done the first one about 2 years ago now, but we're just looking and hoping that we can begin moving on doing the second entryway sign. Also encouraging, hopefully we can get it through surtax, that we install a digital marquee in front of City Hall to advertise our events that we're having in the community, commission meetings and public meetings and anything else that's going on in the city. It's about time we just catch up with everybody else.
Moving to the 20th
Yes,
century.
even our regular marquee, a couple of years ago, that wasn't there, you know, so we just have to continue, like you say, moving to the 20th century. Just want to encourage staff. In previous meeting, we had agreed that we will look at the options of annexating unincorporated areas into our city. So he wasn't on board when this came about. I think he's aware of it now, that we're looking at exploring annexation of surrounding areas in the city, finding out how we can get that done, and if it's feasible to be able to do it. That's a goal that we're shooting for.
I think that's one of Mr. Luca's expertise.
Yes. And also, and Carl mentioned it earlier, but I already had it on the list, that we should schedule at least by our next meeting, our next quarterly town hall meeting.
Yes.
We should know the date of that event to be able to give updates to the community and allow input from the community on any concerns that they may be having. I think that's actually the end of my report. And now we'll move to the city manager.
Shrink it down, shrink it
report.
down.
I'll just be brief. So I need to know availability. May 13th, strategic planning retreat at the Marina. I wanted to see if mayor and commissioners were available for Friday, May 13th, 8 a.m. to 4, and your availability for Tuesday, May 31st, for board development with Major General Mixon to come back down.
May 30th?
31st, Tuesday.
And what time would that one be?
That's the same person that came last time?
The
Yeah.
military guy, the general.
About
Huh?
how we interact with each other. Really didn't
Yes, he did. He did a good job. He just didn't implement it.
May
We didn't do
31st is
that.
what now?
Tuesday, he's available, I mean, development and team exercises are important.
What time is that one proposed? That's
You
what
guys
they
wanna do morning or afternoon with it?
Yeah, just a half a day, right? Like either 8 to 12 or 1 to 5?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
So which one?
Morning, afternoon,
Morning, do morning.
morning too?
Yeah.
Morning,
Yeah, for me.
okay. So
And
you-
May 13,
Eight-
that was
8 to
strategic
4.
what?
Planning,
It's
so we can go over and prioritize how we moving forward with the budget and
Now that one,
discuss
you think would take all day? I'm just asking, I mean, if it takes all day, it takes all day. You got from 8 to 4 on that.
Right, yeah, because, we gotta go through the dog and pony show with, the dollars, what we planning, use a flip chart, talk about what all you guys wanna do, prioritize.
So we're gonna have
and then
breakfast and lunch
Yeah,
or?
breakfast and lunch, and not no
No
sandwich.
problem, no problem, no problem.
You want real food.
Wow. Right.
And that's gonna be at the Marina or here? Where's it gonna be?
Marina.
Marina. And the one with the generator, Marina too, or here? Both Marina, okay.
Yes, sir. So y'all want that one 8 to 12?
Yeah.
All right.
Which one, the 13 or the
31st.
31st.
Yeah.
And the 13 is all day.
That's it.
And where are we doing the town hall meeting?
Yes,
Town
good,
hall.
thank you.
Ms. Washington, when y'all doing the town hall?
The financial literacy? No.
No,
The town hall.
No, this is commission. You need to come up with that
Quarter.
date.
So we'll be doing the second quarter, because we want to do it quarterly.
We have some room in May, towards the end of May.
Oh, no.
If I may, can we get back to you so we can look at, we're working on the calendar now, so if we can get back to you tomorrow and give you a date, so then that way we're not just doing our
Okay,
top
but
out.
we want it advertised too, inviting the
Mm-hmm.
public out.
Yes, that's
Yeah,
why
so
I
You
asked.
town hall,
wanna
so
do it
you-
here, or you wanna do it in the gym?
We can do in the gymnasium.
We can do it in the gymnasium.
I think that's a better idea.
And that way it gives me a chance to check with Picnic
Okay.
and find out.
Yeah, because we got a lot of things going on in May, and so I don't want you guys or the public to miss out on any of
And
it.
I already had it in the car.
Oh, and then my last thing is, I attended the program for the job fair for Everglade Prep Academy. Also, something in which has been put on my mind quite a bit is developing those future leaders and managers for Pahokee. So hopefully, I can bring before you a summer internship program for
Good.
6 potential students. So I'd like to do that in conjunction with Career Source.
In that boys and girls forum, the topics are violent prevention, healthy manhood, sex trafficking, building healthy relationships, and many more topics.
Where'd it come from?
What is,
What's that?
Huh?
what is that?
The boys and girl forum I was speaking to at Pahokee Miller Senior High School, I was just giving you the topic or some of the topics that's gonna be discussed.
Oh, the ones with the Delta, okay.
Yeah, that's who.
Okay.
It's not only Delta, the city of Pahokee is hosting it, City of Belgrade City.
What are the topics?
Violence prevention, healthy manhood, sex trafficking, building healthy relationships, and other topics.
What's healthy manhood? I think I know, but I'm just making sure.
Okay, you done?
And you're done?
Yeah.
Okay. Next, we'll move to the city attorney report, if you have any.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I was waiting, Jocelyn, did you all have something
I
else?
did have 3 things I wanted to say, if I may. Friday is for the Financial Literacy Month. Friday, we have a workshop. It's on the 29th, Friday the 29th, from 6 to 7 p.m. And it is going to be in our senior room at Parks and Recs.
Yes.
And also, Western Cities Athletic League, they're having their banquet on April the 30th, Saturday, April 30th, from 12 to 2. And it will be here, Everglades Prep, the cafeteria. So we'll have the flyers.
And what was that?
I'm sorry, from 12 noon to 2 p.m.
And what is that?
It's the Western Cities basketball, I'm sorry, banquet, basketball banquet.
Are commissioners invited? I mean, just want to make sure.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
And also flag football, you can register for flag football. The league dates run from May 14th to June the 11th, and it's for the age group 6 and up, 8 and up, 10 and up, and 12 and up. And the age cutoff, the registration cutoff for the ages is on July 31st. So we have the flyers in the back for everyone, and they will be posted, and it's also on our Facebook page.
Okay, go attorney.
Okay, all right, so in front of you all, you have a draft ordinance, and it just has a blank 2022, and it has a blank next to it. So this is, very draft form, but I wanted to just get some ideas from you all, because in the last meeting, you said that you wanted to have this conversation at this meeting about the rules of procedure, the ordinance that have been repealed, and I want to just make sure that I have some consensus about some of the things. So if you can just follow along with me, I'll try to go through it as quickly as I possibly can.
Where is that? Sir? That's in this?
Yes, the manager passed it out at the very beginning of the meeting. It says ordinance at the top, and it's the only thing that should say ordinance in front of you. And it says something about repealing and replacing. This may not be the actual language, it may change, but this is just, kind of a draft, just to give you some ideas of some of the things that we were talking about at the last meeting.
Oh, this one.
Does everybody have it?
It's in there.
Yes, it should be the only
It's in
thing
there.
that says ordinance on, it's a loose
That one.
paper in front of you.
Looks like this.
Yeah,
Okay.
see what they're showing me, but I don't have it.
So,
This.
Charlie, do you have an extra one you can share with Commissioner Perez? We're looking for an extra for you. Okay, so while she's bringing that down, Commissioner Perez, we'll go ahead and start. So what you have in front of you, the section 1 is pretty similar to what you already have existing in 2-26, and so that one has no strike-throughs. But if you go down to 1C, where it says agenda, which is on that second page, this section is a little different. And I'll tell you what the difference is. One of the things that you, let's see, majority vote should be made by commission no later than me. Okay, so one of the things that you did when you repealed the ordinance the last time, you made it where an item had to be on the agenda. Like if the commission were bringing an item, you had to have it as a future agenda item. I don't know if you want to do that still, as opposed to items coming up on the agenda. What it allowed you to do, and I'm looking at C again where it says agenda, it allowed the manager to better prepare for your items rather than items coming up on an agenda and just being voted on without any any foreshadowing, anything coming up. And so the manager in some cases would have been reacting to things that people just voted on at the meeting. And so this, you could make something where it doesn't apply if there's if there's an emergency or something like that, obviously, and it doesn't affect anything the manager would be bringing forward to you or the city attorney if something were important and needed to be brought to your attention. But this is for your consideration. This was one of the things that was changed, and specifically where it says the decisions regarding the placement of an agenda item shall be made by the commission no later than the meeting immediately preceding the placement of the item to be discussed and voted upon, and a portion of each regular commission agenda shall be set aside for the discussion of future agenda items. So this is something that you previously had. It seemed to work well, but this is again for your consideration to see whether or not you want to have that. So for the time being, I could just kind of put it out there for you to consider, and then you don't have to decide. I'll bring it back without a strike through at the next meeting as a first reading, and I'll just point out some things just to try to get through this as quickly as possible. The next, that same page, everything is pretty consistent with things that you have right now, where it talks about the duties and responsibilities of the mayor. The time of meetings is something you may want to look at, which is on the following page.
Yes,
it's under E, where it says time of meetings, kind of in the middle of the page. It used to be that it said 6:30, and I think in your, and now it says, not I think, but now it says 6 o'clock. So it says, instead of what you used to have, where it said, all regularly scheduled meetings of the city commission shall begin no later than 6:30 and shall end no later than 9 p.m. That was the language that you had before, in addition to some other language. You now have all regularly scheduled meetings of the city commission shall begin at 6 p.m. and shall conclude upon motion and majority vote to adjourn. And so now it has no ending time. So you all can decide. Tonight was kind of an unusual meeting. You're normally out by 9, but so that's for your consideration. And if I'm not hearing anything else, I could make that 6 o'clock, because you now are meeting starting at 6 o'clock, so we can make that 6 o'clock unless you want it 6:30. But I just want you to know what, that was something that was changed as well.
City Attorney, real
Yes,
quick, but we used to have workshop. Even tonight, if we probably had the workshop with the ethic thing, I don't think, sometimes probably wouldn't have been a little long as it is tonight. So, I don't know if that's on here, but if we can reinstate having our workshops, that some of the stuff we can eliminate in our meeting. You know what I'm saying? We discuss it in the workshop, and then.
Well, you can decide, Vice Mayor, you all can decide to do that on a case-by-case basis. Nothing prevents you from having the workshop. The manager can schedule a workshop if he believes that's something that, is necessary. It's just, I guess, a matter of whether you want the city commission meetings to start at 6:30, or which allow for the workshop to start at 6, or whether you want the city commission meetings to start at 6. But you can do that. You don't necessarily have to have it and, inscribed in your code. It's, it can be done on a case-by-case basis as the workshoppers are needed. So whatever is the will, but as it's, go ahead, Mr. Lucas, were you gonna say something?
Well, I mean, did you guys want to have a marker for 5 p.m. for a workshop, or is that too early?
That's not too early. But if we could, if a workshop is needed, maybe at 6, and then the meeting start at 6:30.
Okay. Yeah, so you would be going back to starting your meetings at 6:30.
Yeah, that's if we have. But if there's no workshop needed, we will still do.
Okay. Okay.
6, yeah.
So I'll put it back the way that it was then previously, and then if you all want to change it, you can think about it between now and then and change it back whatever the will is. Okay, so the next thing is that you want to focus your attention to is under H, going down, the citizen rights, city commission discussion, citizen rights, that's pretty much the same language. But if you go down to H, it talks about each person addressing the city commission shall sign in with the clerk no later than 6:35 p.m. Persons, and so that was, I don't know if you want to leave that or not, but you had a time period upon which people signed in with the clerk, And if they did not sign in, then that was, they would have missed the citizen comment part of the agenda. The way that you have it now, I think people can just sign up for whatever the item is, and that could be throughout your meeting. So you can kind of decide whether or not you want to do that or not. But what I'll do is I'll put in what you had before, and then if you want to adjust it, then you can make that change. I did do a strike through at the compensation part. That was something that the mayor had mentioned, is now in another, and he's right, is in another part of the code. So there was no need for it to be here. So section 2 that you see on your draft is stricken through. The same with section 3, which is attendance at, I'm sorry?
M, quorum for city commission meeting.
Yes, that's stricken through because it's somewhere else in the code of ordinances. And the same with, if you go down to attendance of meetings by telephone, that's somewhere else in the code of ordinances, so I struck through it. The other big section, section 2-29, which would be another kind of big change that you'd have, it has to do with order of business. This is adding the mayor back in on a report under L, the mayor's report. And if you decide to go with the future agenda items, that would be adding Q back in for you all to have a discussion about future agenda items. And just quickly, the way that it works, it wasn't for you to, I said have a discussion, but actually that's not accurate. It would be more so putting the issue out that you would be wanting to consider at the next meeting, just as a summary, not to go into a deep discussion, but at the next meeting, I'd like to discuss the rules of procedure. And then you vote on it by majority vote, you put the item on the agenda to be discussed at the next meeting, and then everybody knows to prepare for the item. That's how it worked before, so just as a refresher. The other thing, under public records, 8, that was removed because, I'm not sure if I removed it on your version, but that would actually come out because, well, it could come out. It doesn't have to. This is basically the law. But the mayor was saying to make it, tailor it as much as possible, and this is one of the things that if you tailor it as much as possible, it can fall off. Along with clerk designated custodian duties. Those are the duties that the clerk does in section 9. And that's one of the things that if you were looking to streamline the document, that could fall off as well. Another thing that you may want to, or area you may want to look at, is indemnification. I think there was some confusion about this when this issue came up before. This it's pretty standard that as an elected official, you would be covered if it's something that you're doing in your official duties. The insurance company, the League of Cities, is going to cover you anyway if it's within your official duties. So this does not hurt for things that the League of Cities may not cover. Like, so for instance, if it's something in your official duties, but it's a claim that the League of Cities doesn't cover, this would provide a defense for you if you're acting in your official duties. However, let me just be clear that there are some things in here, there is some protection for the city. So if there is a situation where it's something determined by you all, as sitting as the commission, and you say, hey, this does not, we want an investigation done, you could ask the manager and myself to do an investigation about whatever the issue is, and if it's something that is not covered, we'll report back as a part of that investigation. The person does get a hearing, but normally, let me just tell you, you can pretty much tell quickly whether something is in your official duties or not. You know, it's going to be probably pretty clear, but this is language that is not unlike a lot of other cities that have rules of procedure and has language that protects you all. This is protecting you all. So I would just stress that you may want to, look at it carefully. Call me if you have any questions about it, so that you're not unnecessarily leaving yourself open for exposure.
I
Mr.
think
Mayor.
one of the concerns was, if someone that mentioned it, they felt that maybe if a commissioner did something totally unethical or illegal, I mean, if it was clearly illegal, I don't think the city would be responsible for defending them or trying to protect them in any way. But it's something different between an accusation and proof that it was a illegal act. Now those totally different. Someone can accuse you of anything out in the public, and you're doing your job and you're doing your duty, you are still entitled to some defense. But if you go out and break the law and commit a felony or rape somebody or assault somebody, the city is not responsible for your defense.
And that's going to be very clear.
Yeah.
So you're absolutely right,
So
Mr. Mayor.
if as a city official, during my duty, I get sued by somebody.
If it has to do with your official duties, then that's something that the city would provide a defense for. However, if it does not, the city would not provide a defense. Let me tell you something that you may want to look at. Under section 13B, it states, B1, it states, whenever in the performance of or in connection with the performance of official duties in behalf of the city, an official has been involved or shall there hereafter be involved in a dispute proceeding or litigation, either in a representative or individual capacity, with or without the city as a co-party in the matter, the city shall promptly indemnify the official. So if, you know, it has to do with your official duties again, then that's something that the city would pick up. The city shall promptly preserve, protect, defend you under these, you know, circumstances. And so that protects you all. But again, whatever you feel as a majority.
So what about if the person loses?
If the person what?
If the person loses the case,
If-
and what about attorney fees and let's say not restitution, but if you have to, like there's a demand or something, is the city gonna be responsible?
Well, yeah,
for it?
if the person loses and it's something that's in your official duty and it's something that you're, you know, I could probably give you a lot of examples, but if you lose, I mean, let's say the city, the League of Cities is providing a defense for you, something happens, you have a jury trial, and the majority of the people on the jury don't believe that, you know, the city or you should prevail, then under those circumstances, you still will have a defense provided for you. It just leaves it where you're not on the hook, you know, financially for something that you were doing as a part of your official duties. Now, if you're committing a crime, that's going to be clear that that's not a part of your official duties, and you all can have a hearing. You know, you can have a hearing about it. There's a process for it that's outlined here, and it speaks to it. But if it's within your official duties and you happen to lose for whatever reason, you know, that's how it goes. That protects you. So hopefully I've answered the question.
It's one thing in here, I don't see it, I know it's in here, but I kind of disagreed with it the last time. I think it was an area where if a vote was taken, it couldn't be reconsidered to 90 days. Somewhere, it was either 6 or 90, I can't remember exactly the time frame. But I do believe that if a vote, and I know the reason it was there, because you don't want something that was clearly voted down to come up every meeting, you know, meeting after meeting. But I think that commissioners sometime could have a change of opinion. I know if you was on the winning end, you can rescind your motion and have it reconsidered. But I'm talking about just a regular issue that the losing side voted on and they didn't get the vote they wanted, and then they bring it up again at the following meeting. it prohibited that from happening.
Yes, there
So-
was some language like that.
I think if it's there, to be honest, it should be maybe no more than, say, 30 days. After that, anybody should reconsider something. They say, you know what, I kind of now maybe agree with such and such, and maybe that wasn't a good vote or whatever, so I'm just saying.
I remember that. That's not in this document.
Oh, it's not in this?
No,
Okay.
sir.
Okay.
It's not in this document, and it may not be in this document because it's just, it wasn't in the last draft. I got this from the clerk, so it wasn't in the last draft that went before you all. It may have fallen off, but I do remember the discussion about it. You're correct. But in this case, it's not in this document. I mean, if you wanted me to insert that, I
Well,
could
if it's
find
not
it.
in there, that's fine. I just
Okay.
didn't want to limit someone from having the ability to reconsider an issue that was voted on a previous meeting. I think a commission has the right to bring it up if they choose. If they can get a motion in a second to address that, then it should be done, whether they win or lose. That's just what's my understanding.
Okay.
And the other one, in the last, and commission may not agree with me on this, but as a presiding officer, I actually need a little teeth in being able to request that PBSO remove someone. I may have that authority, but it needs to be clear, and it shouldn't be something that's done lightly. You're gonna have people out in the audience talking and being a little disrupted. But if they get to the point where it interferes with the progress of the meeting and moving forward, I have to consider saying, would you please escort such and such individual out? And this one is, hate to say this one too, but I'm gonna put it out there. It should also include commissioners, even though I can be override. When I say that, if a commissioner get to a point, and it happened in this meeting here, I'm gonna be honest, this one been one of the more cordial meetings that we done had. But it's almost like a court of law. It's gonna be things that you're gonna disagree with, but we can't continue to interrupt and cut people off. And if that continue to happen, that's no different from someone in the audience doing it. So I'm just saying, that may be something we need to consider. And if you think that ruling was unfairly, because you have to put yourself in that position, you know, and saying that, I'm looking at that, I know that that person was cutting people off and speaking out of turn, but does it reach to the level of having to ask that individual to be moved? That may be controversial, but that's something that needs to be,
I'll just say,
we gotta get more control of what we're doing, and I certainly have to be doing it because I'm the chairperson and over it. So.
I just think that, you know, I agree. I think something like that, it needs to be done fairly and across the board. Sometimes there's a group that favors your position, there's a group that does not favor your position. They should be treated equally at all times. I think as long as we enforce it in that manner, we can kind of reduce, you know, some of the issues. Because that's only fair, you know.
So what I'm saying too, if it doesn't need to be anywhere in the rules of procedure, so not only we aware, but the public is fully aware that those circumstances you may need to, and they may already know, it just haven't been enforced by myself to the point where it needs to be. But I'm just asking if that needs to be cleared up or some language need to be added to kind of clarify that, to at least have a cordial meeting, one that whether you agree or disagree, you're not speaking out as much as what's been currently going on. And I put that responsibility solely on myself too. I'm responsible for allowing it to a big extent. That need to be better in that area.
Well, one of the things when you started off, you said can you make language stronger? And there is some language in here that talks about, you know, being able to remove people or if they're unruly or something like that. What is not in here, because that contemplates the audience members, right? And you can have law enforcement escort. We can, you know, there's some language in here like that. But what's not contemplated is other members on the dais. So what if you all wanted some language like that, we could have something where a majority vote, or, you know, the commissioner is subject to removal from the dais for that meeting, or, you know, so whatever you tell me you would like to see, we can craft language that will try to get to the heart of the concern.
And I do have the ability to ask for 2-3 minute recess
you
to
could do
help
that.
people cool off just a little. And then if it reoccur again, that's a different issue. But I just need some help and guidance on that from even the commission to kind of
Yeah, I
help
kind
us
of have a
control.
problem with that one.
Yeah.
I have a problem with that one.
Yeah.
Because as far as the commission, you're referring to me.
No, not
And
really,
as
but I know
far
you
as-
kind of.
As far as the audience, we know that you've been biased about that. Because we've had your brother, we've had everybody else in here going buck crazy, talking, calling us name and doing all that, and you allow it. And that in turn, yes, it aggravates me, and I do go at it. Because I'm gonna defend myself. I'm to be respected the same way that you demand my respect, I demand it from them. Your brother has sat right there and called me drunk and drunk and drunk and all kinds of names. And I don't know if you heard it or haven't heard it, but everybody has heard it. They make comments, they speak when I'm speaking, and the reason why it has stopped and they're not here is because you guys have the majority. If this was to change, we'll have the same thing all over again. So if you're gonna be, to do it, it has to be somebody that's transparent. I don't see why they're here. If anybody gets out of line, they could say, one more word out of you, you're out. Leave it to their discretion and none of our discretion.
No, well, you don't want to put that responsibility on them. They're
Why
saying
not?
that they are the bad guys and they
They're
just.
not the bad guys, that's what they're here for.
Not to govern to that extent though. They're here when things
let
get
them
so
do it.
much out of control. They do it. They'll step in if things really get out of control, but it's up to the governing body to kind of say that individual is being disrupted and do need to be removed. But I have to do a better job, and like you say, I do it across the board. But we ourselves cannot feed into that and cannot have outbursts. If one commission is speaking, it's just like a courtroom. You don't agree with it, but you allow them to finish what they need to say, and then you'll have an opportunity to speak.
Bosses, can we conclude?
Well, okay, I gotta finish, so let me get back on point. The next thing I just want to bring to your attention is, and I'm planning to take this out, I didn't see that it was still in here, because it says, the city attorney shall appear in all disputes, proceedings, litigation, and appellate proceedings. Well, now you all have the legal cities, you're using them actively, so I'm planning to take that out, but I just wanted to let you know that I was going to. The other thing that I want to bring to your attention, where it talks about Section 14, interest and administrative fees accessible on monies due, that I think you should see it stricken out on yours. This is like extra language. The mayor was saying, you know, lose it if you can. So that's sort of extra language. The other thing that you may want to look at, I was planning to leave in, is the settlement of claims, like if it's less than $5,000 and involves property damage, the city manager being able to, you know, dispose of that if he was able to, you know, settle it. If it's over $5,000, bring it to the city commission for settlement. And that's pretty much it. So thanks for listening. I know it's late, but I wanted to sort of get, you know, what I got, a little bit of direction, so that when I bring it back as a first reading, you'll know what kind of things to focus in on. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes the city attorney report. And next on the agenda, there is no new business, no old business, commissioner comments. Try to do that really briefly.
Can we save commissioner comments for either a special meeting? I do have some stuff that I need, but I have to be working about another hour.
We can forego that. I take now a motion to adjourn. George,
A motion to adjourn this meeting.
Second.
the move and second. All in favor? Question, roll call.
All in favor, aye.
Vice Mayor Murphy?
Yes.
Commissioner Perez?
Yes.
Commissioner Bolden?
Yes.
Mayor Bath?
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Meeting adjourned. Thank you.